You are now listening to the Old Head, New Head podcast with your hosts, Eric Iberg and Ethan Schaefer.
Goddamn kids.
Shut up, old man!
Always in his van.
I'm back in the van. I'm in Astoria right now. I'm making my way up the coast. You ever been to Astoria?
Yes, I have. I had some of the funnest. It's right on the coast, right?
Yeah, like right on the coast.
We thought it would be a good idea just to go down to the beach any way we would want, and so we ended up scaling down a mountain with vines, and it was the gnarliest thing. And then didn't realize how hard it would be to get back. Yeah. And we tried to walk the beach back to civilization, but then there was cut-offs, and then we just had to. Yeah, it was a great experience.
Yeah, I went to the Goonies house today. Apparently, it's the 40th anniversary of the Goonies. I've never seen it, but I still went to the house and took a picture just so I could
watch it tonight.
I think I'm gonna.
Awesome.
All right, where you at? You're in Quebec, and you're Stoneyham. Let's go. No props from D-Structure today, though. No background.
No, I just got the hoodie.
That's tight.
They have a great new saying: "One step closer to nothing." Structure.
I like
it relates pretty much to our whole lives in skiing.
I like that. Well, I saw that you had something to drink. I got something to drink right here. Rainier, getting closer to Seattle. Hopefully one day.
I went Pilsner, because I'm in Canada, and I realized after the last show, drinking a bottle of wine in 2 hours is nothing like drinking a 40 in 3.5.
Yeah, you probably had a wicked headache, no?
I don't know. You just get drunk quick. I was like, woo, this, and then you don't slow anything down because I'm not smoking during the shows here in this non-smoking environment. But big up Ross Jacob as always, Dark Horse Farms. Big up Blazy Susan for the rapping. I'll be smoking when I'm not doing the show. So,
you rolled one up at the end of the show. Shout out to everybody on our Patreon. We got $1,764 raised right now as of...
It's a GoFundMe.
Yeah, true, not Patreon. GoFundMe. Links in the bio. It'll still be up. And, that's the reason Iberg has a mic now.
Yeah, super big thanks for everyone that gave $1 or $2 or even 500.
Yeah. Yeah, right now we got Hans Smith on the top of the leaderboard with the 500 banger. Dropped
AKA Brian.
Yeah. What else we got in the description? We got the link to the YouTube if you're watching audio, vice versa if you're watching on YouTube. Subscribe, 5 stars, all that stuff to help us grow. We got Free Skiing Museum.
Yeah, .com should be up. I just finished all the Freeze magazine covers. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to do all the Free Skier magazines and all the other magazines that I can find in the world. I thought it was hilarious when I saw a company ski art design director hit you up for a high-res image of an ad they didn't have access to in-house.
I saw that as well. I sent him to the archive.
You got high-res of that? Don't you have a hard drive?
Did you like the you like the Kai Peterson ad today?
Oh, it's my favorite, dude. Dude, check out the rail that he's on. It is 2 inches off the ground. I totally forgot about this. I used to make so much fun of him in this Rossi ad. Yeah. So it's that rail is literally, and then they shot a fisheye underneath the 2-inch high rail. And then, it's awesome.
It's funny because he's just a little grommet, but it does look like he's hitting a rainbow. But upon further inspection, I'm seeing it now. That rail is
2 inches off the ground with the dopest monkey stance you ever seen.
Yeah, he was going gorilla steez on it.
Yeah, crazy. Fucking all just shredded at age fucking 12.
Yeah, the weird part about this drop that I just did, it was the 2002, 2003. It was just the transition year where Tanner was getting off of Rossi and onto Armada. So there's some leftover. There's multiple ski ads with Tanner in both of them. You know?
Oh, it is hilarious because he had the Rosno swing set ads coming out when the Armada stuff was. He had Oakley ads with Rosno skis on, but Armada was out. So it was pretty dope, dude. And if you look, it's so wild. If you look at the Chris O'Connell factor, look at all the covers of the magazines from when Armada was released, right? So
Yeah.
2003 on, let's say 2002 on, because we knew it's Tanner, Boyd, Anthony, TJ. Like the last 8 out of 10 or 11 covers of Freeze magazine are just Armada skiers.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. Armada came on the scene hot.
Because you had everyone. The photographer was as important as the riders, right? Because they could infiltrate that thing. And then he went over to Free Skier after Freeze went out of business, and then check out how many Free Skier covers we had from 2005 to 2009.
Yeah, O'Connell's got his fingerprints all over every copy of Freeze. It's crazy. Every ad, every photo, most of the covers. It's nuts.
Dude, and ads were paying back then. Like if you were a photographer and you had the ads for a company. So think about this. When we started Armada, he was able to still get ads with Solomon and Rosignol.
That's nuts.
Right? He was an owner of Armada, and then he was still able to hustle companies for their ads.
You're going to make all the modern photographers cry because that whole business model is just basically gone at this point.
Totally gone, dude. Everything's gone, man. Every 5 hours I watch on the internet, every model is gone.
Yeah.
Media. Like someone can prompt this conversation tomorrow if they're smart enough. You know what I mean?
Oh, the best part with this is at a certain point we're not even gonna need to record interviews. We're just gonna plug our voices into an AI machine and it'll just run the interview for us and then it'll put out a podcast.
They're like, we know what's in your brain. We know what you would ask.
Yeah, exactly. And then you just have the person sit down with an AI version of us and that's it.
Yeah, my brain is lost this week. Like I've never seen society, the globe, the world sped up by the minute, by the day. Every day I wake up, I see, like, I don't believe shit I see no more unless I see you personally. Yeah. Unless I run into you and you told me that you've never gotten to the doctor and maybe got an implant. Like, it's over, man. I don't even know it's real anymore.
It is kind of weird to be talking about this. Yeah, it's 2025 now. June 2025. Anything could happen. Anything could change.
Word, man. Fucking Russia just got fucking blown up everything. You'd think they're not going to give a fuck. They're going to drop something huge in the next, 2 days. Dude, whatever's going to happen before this episode comes out is going to be Captain Insane.
We got a long time between June and the end of October / beginning of November.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So if you're at the beginning of this thing, think about Musk just left. Trump were best friends last week. Now they're arch enemies.
Yeah.
Africa's getting huge.
Shit's getting crazy.
People. Israel's doing just full destruction of It is nuts in the world. Give thanks for skiing, man. Twin tips, tricks. We hang out in mountains.
I'm so glad we don't run a current events podcast. That should be exhausting. We're talking skiing today, and we're talking. Yeah, you don't even know our guest today at all.
No, this is the first guest ever. I don't have a fucking clue who they are.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to tell me about them. You're going to have to lead this conversation, and I will pick some tangents.
Yep.
But who are we talking today, and why is he interesting to you?
This is what... Okay, so today we got Ryan Stevenson. And people my age that have been in a while, they've heard of him. Okay. He's been around for a while. He's been on the alternative scene for a minute, been in slush cups, been hitting the jib league. But he came up in the traditional route and then made that pivot for whatever reason. But the reason I wanted to have him on is because I was at Jib League, and he came right up to me. He's like, yo, I want to be on the podcast. I got a story to tell. I got some shit to say. I could go on for a while. So I'm like, all right, word, we could do it. Because he's one of the only riders I know other than Ed Joy who's transitioning into this, where they're fully into the alternative scene.
Ed Joy just retired from competitive skiing since we last talked.
Exactly, yeah.
Press release and everything.
Yeah, so we got a lot of people hopping on this ship that Ryan's been on for a minute. So I'm trying to hear what's going on behind the scenes with competitions, what it's like. I think he's 25, 26 maybe. And just pick his brain a little bit on what's going on behind the scenes as a modern rider. And he said he's got a crazy-ass life story, so...
Well, I'm an old head, so if that means that I have a reason why I don't know who he is. So give thanks for bringing this guy on, man.
Yeah, it'll be good too. And he's from Jersey. He does some events back at his home mountain. I saw him giving out cash to little kids. So he's like fully in the underground scene doing his thing. So underground that you haven't even heard of him.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, I just want to say that Taylor fucking show was awesome.
Yeah, Taylor.
I was like, I was talking with a competitive skier today about a discretionary spot for the Olympics next year. And then I just kept thinking of Taylor's story where I'm just like, yo, like fucking discretionary spot. But yeah, it's in my head. But it's awesome because it forced her to all pivot and change to who she is today.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It seems like, especially after talking to Taylor, it seems like Olympics is just not the move. I mean, I'm sure
it's whack as shit, dude. Our sport was created off fit suck stickers.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just put this into perspective. Like, it's not that hard to understand. When you have someone dictate how you need to accomplish something, and then they reward you to do something that they can't do themselves, it's not a good look.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of anti-competition talk today, so we're gonna dive into it. I'm gonna send him this link. He's getting off work. I think we should be good. All right, he said he's getting set up a minute ago. Boom, drop that link, and we'll get it. Yeah, I think he rides for Gibberish too. He's got Gibberish stuff all over the place. He might have a crew that he rides with out in Innsbruck. He's from New Jersey. How many people you know from New Jersey?
How old is he? We'll find out.
Early 20s, early to mid 20s. He's a New Jersey skier. Dirty Jersey. Not many of those out there.
No, there's not. I don't know any New Jersey skiers.
Sam Zahner's the only one I know. You know Sam Zahner?
I know the name.
Yeah. He's lit. He's from Jersey as well.
Okay, never knew that.
Yeah. Some good stuff.
Jersey. All right, first Jersey guy. We stoked on that.
East Coast. Let's see. You ever hear of Boom Club?
No.
We'll talk about Boom Club. It's a crew.
Okay. I was stoked Taylor knew about Clown School or
Clown School? Yeah.
Because we just talked about it right before, right? With other homie?
Yeah, with Chug.
I'm learning things, man, on this podcast. I'm learning things. And I wasn't even into Clown School when I was living in Park City 2010 through 13. So that makes it fun too, because that means it was so underground.
They were there, yeah.
And 2010, everyone in Park City looked like B-Dog.
Yeah.
Like, so there was like an underground scene. There was a Ninth Ward scene. There was so many different scenes going on in fucking Park City in 2010. It was awesome.
Yeah. Nah, it's some cool stuff. Let's see. Pulling this up. That's what's up. No smoking in the condo? What's going on with that?
I don't know. I told Phil that I wasn't smoking during this podcast, and he just said boring, and then he like hurt my ego, thinking that I just probably make it horrible now because I'm not me anymore.
I think last time was fine, honestly. I don't think
that's good. I don't think I have a problem getting stoked on skiing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I think we got Ryan joining us.
How's it going?
Nice to meet you, Ryan.
How's it going, Iberg? Nice to meet you.
Doing really good today.
Where are you coming to us from, dude? Are you in Jersey right now?
Yeah, I'm in Jersey, Washington, New Jersey.
Where is Washington, New Jersey at?
It's like northwest Jersey, pretty close to Easton, Pennsylvania. Or Clinton's a big town near us.
Okay, so you're kind of out in the sticks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Word.
Well,
you are our first New Jersey guest, so you know.
Hell yeah.
And maybe the first New Jersey skier I've ever talked to in my life. So I'm pretty fucking stoked because I knew a bunch of Jersey snowboarders from the like Danny Grenade crew when they moved out a long time ago, but never met New Jersey skiers.
Let's see. I wonder, do we try to do it without the AirPods in just to maximize audio quality?
Probably.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's hear that voice.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, that's better. We're dialed in now. All right, Iber, give him the rundown.
All right. So I guess that we start the show like this always. About 2 years ago, I was on Ethan's Two Planker podcast. And then we talked for a while, and I was like, fuck, man, I'm like 20 years older than you. Like, I don't get what's really everyone like 25 and younger is thinking, doing, what their goals are. Like, I don't get it. And so, like, I asked him when we were done with the show, I was like, yo, you want to do like a podcast, like the Old Head, New Head podcast? And we both host it. And we get like an old guy sometime. And then we talk with them, how they created their own lane and did their own shit. And didn't really, because every old person we talked to didn't just do it a certain way and succeed. They all fucking succeeded a different way. Right. And so I figured it was good for educating and teaching history and stuff for the sport because Ethan's platform is mostly young kids that are listening, right? And so that's what platform we put it on. And then I was like, man, I want to talk to all the young kids and fucking just learn why they do or what their fucking goals are. Because when all us old heads came up, we thought the old heads were stupid and they didn't know what they were doing. And we wanted to create something new that wasn't their plan in the sport. So I guess I just used this podcast as a reason for me to meet all these young guys and hear what you guys do and why you do it. And then the people that listen get to hear all you guys' past and learn there isn't just one way to succeed in the sport because there's not. So that's why we do this, man. Give thanks for being on it. You are the first guy.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
What's that?
I'm pretty stoked. This is my first podcast. I will say I've been listening. I think I made it to number 15.
Damn. That's a lot
from the old head, new heads. So I've been listening to them, especially more. I think I made it to like maybe 6 or 7. And then Ethan hit me up and I was like, all right, I got a new job. So I'm driving a lot and I'm just listening to the podcast and stuff. And they're good, man. I'm stoked to be on it.
Well, no, I appreciate you being on it a lot too, because Ethan brought you up and I never heard of you before. So I think it's fun as fuck. And he's like, here's why, man. And I was like, fuck yeah, I want to meet this guy. So disrespect it all. But that's kind of the whole point of doing the show is because I don't know what's going on with the young scene. So now I get to learn it at the same time we can educate the people listening to it that someone else is doing it a different way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And when you came up to me at Jib League, you were like, I got a crazy story, X, Y, and Z. I'm like, save it. We're going to talk about it on the podcast. I want to hear it all for the first time. So even I don't know the full story. But we'll get to tell everyone. I know that, how old are you, Ryan?
25.
25, okay, yeah. Because I know that, like, guys our age have known about you for a while. And, like, I remember I was at, when we were at the Jib League Copper Stop, Ryan Barrick was like, I really want to talk to Ryan Stevenson. Like, I want to interview him. Like, we're saving him for the other show. So this is the time to like answer everybody our age's questions about you. So let's start from the top. Let's start from the very beginning. Tell us about where you're from, growing up, siblings, parents, all that stuff.
Alrighty. So was born in Hunterdon, New Jersey at the Hunterdon Hospital. Grew up here. I got into, we had a family friend.
So let's do some more basics first. You were born, so what, year 2000?
Yeah, 2000.
You got a mom and dad?
Yep. Got a mother and a father. My father no longer, unfortunately. He passed in about 2019, April 6th. But mom and dad growing up, super. I have a brother. He's 6 years older than me. Was really into skateboarding and skiing got into my life a little bit. Like I was probably 9 years old when I kind of found out what skiing kind of was. We would go.
So first of all, New Jersey. Times. Like to me, I come from Minnesota, and maybe West Coast people can't even comprehend. Like people in New Jersey ski. Like what?
Yeah, there's only one mountain here in Jersey. It's called Mountain Creek.
What's it like? Do you have seasons? Do you have?
Yeah, the normal season was normally November, like or after Thanksgiving till maybe end of March.
Okay, so same as in the Midwest.
Yeah, pretty similar.
And then you have all 4 seasons?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then what? You said you didn't grow up in a city, you were more rural, or how big was your town you grew up in?
My town's not too big. It's pretty small town, probably, yeah, I don't know. Small little Jersey town.
Easiest way, how many kids did you graduate with, if you graduated?
So I did online school. I did graduate. I graduated in 2019, and I think my graduating class was like 500 kids.
Okay, you're big then. I'd say that's
Yeah.
pretty good size school.
Damn. All right. So knowing that area, were you one of the? Okay. Well, actually, let's before we get into what scene you're in. Like, so how'd you get into it? You're saying somebody introduced you to it?
Okay, so both of my parents didn't ski. My parents had a friend that had a house up at Butternut.
Massachusetts. That's what's up.
Yep. And that was the first place I went skiing. My brother, like I said, he was 6 years older. My dad got him out there when he was probably 7 or 8. He started snowboarding. Dad knew how to ski he used to be a big hockey player growing up. Not like on a team, but he loved hockey, riding dirt bikes. That was his thing. He grew up in the Bronx, moved to Hackensack, New Jersey, and that's where my mother was also from. And so we would go up there, maybe ski like a handful of times out of a season, and we would go to Camelback and Shawnee and the Poconos, which is about an hour away, 45 minutes. And I was up there one time, I think it was like a Friday night or something, skiing around. We were going into the park, trying to slide boxes and stuff, and I was just eating shit left and right. Didn't know how to hold my edges on a box where I'm not just slipping out. And there was this other kid there around my age. His name was Ryan as well. And we started skiing together. We took the 2-chair up, and our dads hopped on the chair behind us. And this kid was Ryan Brighthop. And his father, Drew, started talking to my dad and was like, yeah, there's this little weekend program here. They teach the kids how to ski in the park, and they do like little local events and stuff. So that was actually, I want to say that was 2008. And I ended up going one Saturday and like trying out skiing with the crew, and like it was called Camelback Mountain School. It was like a little weekend program.
And so this is when you're like 8 or 9 years old?
Yeah. I used to be, like I said, a big skateboarder when I was younger. I wanted to be a pro skater growing up. Went to Woodward in PA for like 2 years.
Like even before this?
Yeah. When I was 8 and 9, I went to Woodward, and they used to do this thing with Fuel TV Week where they'd tap kids. Like the pros would come around, and at the end of the session, they'd tap you on the helmet with a hammer, and you would be able to come back for Fuel TV Week. And I remember I got it both times I was there, and it was like half off the session or something. And I was like, can I go back? And my parents were like, no, you already went once this summer. Like, you're staying. But yeah, so I ended up skiing with this team one day, and I thought it was pretty cool. And my mom and dad were always super supportive in what my brother and I, whatever we wanted to do. And I ended up signing up for this mountain school the next year and started.
What did your parents do for a living?
So my dad worked for the U.S. Post Office as a mechanic, and he did a bunch of side jobs. And my mother was a stay-at-home mom until I went to high school. My brother moved out of the house, living with girlfriends, now his wife. And she is now a CMA. She works at a colonoscopy center.
Okay.
So she looks at butts all day. But yeah. My dad worked like when I grew up like we weren't like super wealthy, but my parents worked hard, and my dad worked really hard as a mechanic, and then he'd go to this side job and he'd flip houses and like do additions and small additions on houses with his one buddy. And he worked like a madman. He'd work like 100-hour weeks.
Crazy.
When I me and my brother moved out of the house, I'm skiing. It's not a cheap sport.
Yeah. You got into this super young. I think you might be have the youngest story of anyone getting into park skiing. Like most people are on skis by 8, but like you're on.
Yeah, like
you're on a park
I'm not
development
trying to
team.
be cheesy. I'm just telling you the truth. Like that's when
Yeah.
I got, that's when I kind of found out what skiing was, and I didn't even know much. I just thought it was sick and something that I wanted to do.
Did
So
you
when
do
you do
regular
this
sports at all?
weekend thing, go ahead, Ethan.
I was just wondering because it's so weird to have like an 8 and 9-year-old like deep in the park scene right off the rip. Did you do regular sports at all?
Yeah, when I was a kid growing up, I played football. Besides that, not much. Like I played baseball and soccer when I was real young.
Yeah.
And then I started playing football, and it got to a point where I was like, you know what? I hate team sports. This is not my thing.
At what age was that?
That was probably, I stopped playing football around like 12, I want to say. I remember I started skiing, and I don't know, I just kind of didn't want to play football anymore. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big sports fan. Action sports, yeah.
So how long from when you got involved in your weekend thing did you start to compete? Like, did you compete almost right away when you started that? Because there was different events?
No, I would say, I think like the second year I started doing like small events. Like I remember Big Boulder Park, they used to have like a Buckman's Bash, and there was a bunch of little open events. Did some USASAs, and it was basically doing these small little local events all for fun. And I got invited to nationals actually the first year I signed up for USASA in 2009. Went out there, first time going to Colorado, and I competed in slope, pipe, and ski across the first year. Never like doing ski across on a pair of park skis. We didn't have a half pipe where we grew up. I think there was actually an 18-foot at Camelback in the Poconos for the first 2 years. I was kind of on that weekend program, and I went out to nationals, and I think I ended up getting third place in half pipe.
Damn.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Nationals.
Like, whoa,
as a 9-year-old?
Yeah. And I went out to Colorado, and I remember like I show up, and like all these kids from like out west, they seem super good, and they're telling me at the top of the park, like, oh, I'm gonna do this and this and this. And I was like freaking out. My dad's like, right, just go have fun. Enjoy it.
That's sick. What was the age group of the kids you were competing against?
I don't know. It had to be like, I'm pretty sure at that age, it's like every 2 years. So like 8 to 9 or 8 to 10,
Yeah, okay. But you weren't like beating teenagers as a 9-year-old?
No.
Okay.
I think I did my first open class nationals. I don't even know if I ever did it. I was always age group.
Yeah.
I got into the Rev Tours once I turned 14. So I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, that's sick.
No, because I was trying to figure out too, because USASA was almost nothing in 2010.
Yeah, it wasn't anything serious.
Because USSA still was in charge of the junior development program in 2010. So say like you in the Midwest, there was no real USASA, and USASA didn't buy the rights to youth development of park and pipe and skiing from USSA until 2019. So I'm just trying to take in what you were doing, because I remember because I was bugged out at that time period when you were doing it. I'm like, What's a kid thinking? Ooh, I went to nationals for the United States of America Snowboard Association, and I got first in my age category. I was just like, It was so stupid to me, because I was like, you had USSA nationals, and then you had kids that didn't even care. The Olympics weren't a thing yet. And
I never thought like it would like, when I like joined this little weekend team, it was just like strictly for fun, like go ski, learn how to ski in the park. I didn't really think anything of it. And then they were like, oh, yeah, there's this nationals thing. So, like, I ended up going there and I just kept skiing, and my skiing progressed over, from 9 to, just every year kept skiing, getting a little bit better and having more and more fun, falling in love with it a lot more. And
Were you consuming anything in the sport, like movies, edits on the internet?
first movie I ever watched was Every Day is a Saturday. I
Okay.
had it on a CD. And then Grand Bazaar, I used to watch a lot. When I was at that age, I didn't have a computer. I didn't have a phone. We had like one family computer. My parents didn't really, I didn't grow up like that.
Yeah.
I think
So
I
you
got a
didn't
phone.
have, so who was your biggest influences, say like 9 to 13? Was it just kids that you skied with at your hill?
Yeah, people at the hill. Like I remember one of the first skiers. His name was Brendan Wisby. He was a park crew guy at Camelback, and I see him skiing, and it was like he's carrying down a rake and a shovel, and he slides a rail, and I was just like, "What? That's insane! Like something so stupid." But Brendan Wisby, there was a kid, Jamie Fico. When I think I did the team that CMS for like 2 years, and then the whole Camelback like management and stuff, they like ended up taking away a lot of their park, and Big Boulder Park was up the road, and that's where John Brogan grew up, and Shawnee J, and one of Sean's friend like Jamie Fico, Casey Arnold. I don't know if you ever heard of those names,
No.
but just some Big Boulder local shredders. And
And Big Boulder is where?
Lake Harmony, Pennsylvania.
Okay, that's what I thought. And then what's the name of your, like, were you a Battle Creek? Is that the place in Jersey?
Mountain Creek.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But honestly, when we went skiing, since we lived so close to the PA border, it was either you drive an hour to Vernon up north, or you can go 45 minutes to an hour, and you can go to, there was Shawnee, which was the first one off of Route 80 once you get through the Water Gap. Then you had Camelback, and then if you go farther down 80, another like 15 miles. I think you had Big Boulder and Jack Frost, which was like,
What was your favorite as a kid?
Big Boulder for sure.
Yeah.
It was so sick. It was a super small mountain, 3 different lifts. There was 3 parks, 2 lodges, and at the bottom of the lodge, or like right up above the lodge, they had 2 little hike parks, and the mountain was
still
open.
like this?
No, it got killed in,
Like recently.
yeah, I want to say 2017, 16, 17 winter.
The mountain did, or the concept of all park?
No, the mountain.
Okay.
Vail Bottom.
Okay.
So they were under the Northeastern Pass, which ended up turning to like the peaks. There was like 11 different mountains on it. Carinthia was on there, Mount Snow, Attitash.
This place was sick. It was in step movies. I mean, Sean Jordan was like one of the step
Yeah,
riders.
Sean Jordan and Mutiny. He hit like this. They built him this insane jump, crazy cutout, and yeah, the Step Boys were there. I think he did Switch Dub 9 and Dub 10 on it.
So this is early 2010s, right? These guys are skiing there?
Yeah.
And this is when you're early
I remember
teenagers?
seeing Sean come home over like Christmas time. In between, like he was probably doing, the Do Tour at this time and everything, and filming with Step. And he'd come home, and I would just be like so obsessed with him and like chase him around the mountain and try and follow everything he's doing.
So were you able to watch these movies then? Are you starting to get into that kind of stuff and know what people around you are accomplishing?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would say so. Started, Cam Riley, Clayton Vila, Shay Flynn. They were all a big inspo to me.
So these guys are dope as fuck, and they're definitely not like I guess they had a little contest element. I just never think of them as contest kids, even though they were showing up. They were going to do tours, weren't they? Some.
Yeah, some of them. I want to say Sean was. I don't think. Maybe Clayton competed. I don't know.
So what are you thinking now? You went to nationals as like a baby.
Yeah,
Like you
so
got
I
to go to the
did that. I
mountains.
went
Like,
out west to nationals, and when I was, I don't know. I don't want to jump too much here.
okay, just fill in the blanks because I was still like, young. I was at like 10 years old, like 2010 in my head. And so I'm just like, all right, you get to touch like the mountain. You're a young kid. You still haven't got into these videos yet, but like, are you getting more into it? And you're like, oh man, I want to go to nationals again next year. Or like,
No, I
what's
kind
a
of, well,
young kid's goal?
at that age, I didn't have a goal. I was just being a kid, having fun, seeing where it kind of took me, and just like where,
So when was the first time you had a goal? Because if you got into it, I'm guessing by 13, you had to have had something
Yeah,
where, or
I
14.
like thought like I wanted to be like these guys. I wanted to be a pro skier and make films and like compete. And when I was 14, I got into Rev Tours. I went to eighth grade. I went to Waterville Valley Academy
Okay.
for a year.
Eighth grade, you're 14.
13, 14.
14 is 2014.
Yep, it was
2014, you got the first
2013,
ever
14 winter.
Olympics. What's that?
Yep.
So I'm just thinking, right? Because you just said like I want to do movies like these guys, but then like you go to a mountain school, and the mountain schools really kind of focus more on competition, and then you have the highest level of competition being introduced to our sport for the very first time, and you are the most influential age of all ages, 13, 14 years old as a human. So
Yeah.
like I'm curious, like where you're looking at it. You see these videos, and then you see Olympics. Like, do you want to do it both?
Well, I didn't really. Well, I don't know. I didn't really know what I wanted to do with it. Like I remember going up. I did Corinthia Open when I was pretty young. I think I was 11 or 12. First time I did Corinthia Open in Inferno, and it was just these massive jumps. And I remember being there, and it was on that weekend. We just went up with my cousins, random ski like weekend, and they were doing the Corinthia Open, and it was $100 to sign up. And I remember my dad looking at me, and he's like, "Would you want to do this?" Because I think we went down on a Friday, and Friday we ended up hitting the jumps, and they were like the biggest jumps I ever hit in my life. I was just straight airing. I'm doing massive straight airs and having fun. And Dad was like, "Would you want to do it?" And I was like, "Are you sure you want to?" I was like, "I don't think I'm gonna win or anything." And he's like, "That doesn't matter as long as you go out and have fun. And if you want to do it, we're here." So I ended up doing Corinthia Open, and that kind of just like being in that realm and being around all those sick skiers at the time, like Lupe was there. I think Jeremy Velux, he used to ride for Nordica.
Germ. Yeah, he was dope.
He went to HG. I remember going behind him that year. Guy drops in, he hits the first jump, does a massive 180, does a switch 5 Cossack, and I'm just like, what? What is this? It's just,
So this was the year before you went to winter school.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so the winter school is why I asked though, because shit's expensive.
Yeah,
and so I'm guessing always as a kid, you have to convince your parent.
Sorry?
I was just thinking because it's like something you have to convince your parent, like
definitely had to convince my parents, and it almost like fell into play because I grew up skiing with Reed Smith, snowboarder, lives out in Utah.
Okay.
And when we, like I said, the mountain felt, or like the Camelback Mountain, we ended up going to Big Boulder with this like crew. They turned into like a private thing, and they had snowboarders and skiers. We went to Boulder, and all of our parents, there was like 5 different families that rented a house, and we'd stay there on the weekends because it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Reed Smith and I ended up we were going up to Carinthia, and we ended up going to this Windell's thing. They had Windell's at Carinthia for a week where they like brought their academy. We went there, did the week. I remember meeting like Kerry Miller. That was the first time I met Kerry because he was working with Windell's.
Kerry Miller, he comes up again. Let's go.
Yep.
Still in 2013.
Kerry Miller.
I want to say I was 11 or 12 when I met him at this point. I'm kind of going back. I'm sorry, but
It's all right. We don't want to miss it.
so Reed and we went to this thing. Also, my cousin, and Reed ended up getting like the tapped part where he can go to Windell's for the summer. So we ended up going to Windell's that summer. He got the free week. I went the same session as him. And we went to that session. And so Reed ended up was thinking about going to Waterville the next year.
What was the dopest part about going to Windell's for the first time in your life as a 13-year-old? Because I can't imagine being 13 and being able to ski in the summertime as someone who only skied in the wintertime your whole life.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. I like skiing in a t-shirt. All these pros are there. Even like, the pros were doing like little sessions and giving out stuff and all the cool things you got to do. They had the skate parks, they had the trampolines.
Who was the dopest pro that you met that you remember?
I met LJ. I remember meeting LJ Stranio, and I thought that was really sick. I remember Banks Gilberti. I thought he was dope. Parker White was there normally. Yeah.
Awesome.
Tight. So how do you end up at Waterville?
So we end up summer goes by. Reed's thinking about going to Waterville. Him and his father and my father talked a lot, and I was kind of like, since I met Kerry right before that, Kerry kind of like started trying to get me to go with him and his crew, and my dad wasn't too sure about it. So, and my mom, and I kind of thought maybe try Waterville. My dad was super he didn't make me do anything, but he wanted the best. And he was very supportive, and he saw that I had potential, I think. And he just wanted to give me the best opportunity because he grew up with a pretty crazy life. And I ended up going to Waterville with Reed. I was 13 when I went there. I ended up going on this B team. They made you ski moguls, aerials, and then you could ski park. And I remember going up there one weekend to check it out.
Wait. In 2013, you still couldn't just be a park skier?
I definitely could have.
Okay. All right. I thought you had.
I was just a park skier,
But they still made you do all the other shit.
Going to an academy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's dope, man. I just never heard of someone having to do moguls in 2013, not by choice.
Dude, I was honestly super bummed when it happened. I remember going in and it was like orientation with your coach. My coach was Wes Preston, and he was like, so Mondays are off day, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're going to be skiing moguls, Thursday, Fridays, aerials, and then Saturday's a bit of park. And I remember being 13 and raising my hand and being like, I came here to bounce on the trampolines and hit this airbag. They had a flat airbag, and I thought that was cool. And I thought when I went there, I knew how to do a cork 7. And I was like, I want to learn. I didn't know. I just I want to do dubs. And
to put this in perspective for Ethan, Waterville is almost the birthplace of modern freestyle, of traditional freestyle. And Wes's father, I believe it's Tim Preston, created the whole freestyle.
Nick Preston.
Who is it?
Nick, I want to say.
Nick, you're right. So Nick Preston, Wes Preston's father, created this program like 1975 or something at Waterville. So Waterville has this heritage of freestyle skiing and moguls that no other, like Wayne Wong was a boss in 1971, winning Corvettes at Waterville and winning $20,000 on top of a Corvette while flying on a private airplane to ski moguls at Waterville.
Yeah,
So
that's insane.
I just want to put in perspective the reason too, like why Waterville might have had this is because of the history where they're like, that's freestyle too.
For sure. And at the time, like I was young, like I didn't know much about the sport. I just liked skiing and that's all I wanted to do. And I wanted to ski more and get better at it. And I go there and they're like, this is how it is. And I was like, oh man. And for example, when I was there, like I wanted to go do Corinthia Open and Wes was telling me it was like March or something, getting close to March. And he's like, yeah, you can't go there because the comp's a little too advanced for you. And it's like, well, I've done it the last 2 years, just for fun. And he like didn't want to let me go there. And at this time, when I started going to Waterville, I guess Kerry and my dad, like Kerry kept talking to my dad and trying to get me to go out west. And I remember like it was the last year of the Dumont Cup, I want to say 2014.
Yo, what's your dad thinking about a fucking grown ass old man hitting them up nonstop about his 13-year-old son? Tell me.
Dude, he definitely thought Kerry was odd, but Kerry never did anything to, nothing bad to me. Or I know there's rumors and people say
I'm curious for a parent's perspective, because it's got to be so interesting if you're totally on the other side of the country.
Like, would he hang up the phone and be like, what the hell is this old man talking about?
Dude, I remember at first he was like not down with it. He's like, yeah, I don't know if you're gonna, we want to do that. That's why he kind of looked into other options because, he's like checking out like SMS or Corinthia Mountain School. And then Reed ended up going to Waterville because there was a good snowboard coach, Maxwell, there or something. I don't know. Reed, it's funny because Reed like went there. He competed for like a couple years and then he's like, screw this, I'm done, I'm just filming. And now he's balling out.
So you did 1 year at Waterville.
So I did 1 year at Waterville. I ended up leaving the school early because there was a lot of problems. Like they made me ski moguls and I was a little shithead. I was like, fuck that, I want to ski park. And I would bail from skiing moguls and go ski in the park. And then they like kick me off snow for 2 days and make me just go to school and sit in the dorm. Or then for like one time we had a big snowstorm and they were like, yeah, we're going to have the whole team come out and shovel off the airbag. And I was like, hell no, I'm not. And I didn't. I like stayed in my room and same thing. I got kicked off snow for another 2 days. Or there was an off day that we had to take because you'd travel, we'd go to somewhere. And whenever you got back from, let's say we went on a trip to Colorado to Winter Park to ski bumps, Ryan was not hyped. And we get back and they're like, yeah, you got to take an off day after your travel because the travel day is not technically an off day. So I'd go ski and then I get kicked off snow. And it's just like this, this going there. I had a lot of good friends. The kids were dope, but I was just not about the whole program.
No, sounds like the wrong structure.
Yeah. But I don't know. It works. It definitely works for some people if they're into that.
If you're in becoming a well-rounded skier and having a great education and listening to someone tell you when to eat shit and fucking go to sleep, it works out great if you're a lost soul.
Yeah. But yeah, so I ended up leaving the school early. My dad came like the weekend of the Corinthia Open. I wanted to do the Corinthia Open and they were telling me I couldn't do it. So my dad called up the school and was like, we're going to take him out 2 or 3 weeks early and he's going to go do Corinthia Open. And then I ended up going up to went to Corinthia Open. Kerry's crew was there. Like I remember seeing Hackle and Carson Kerr. Who else was there? Like the Eddie Gilday. But yeah, did that. Ended up going up to the Dumont Cup. You had to be 14 to do it. And I was turning 14 on the day of the event, or like that weekend. And I remember Kerry convinced my dad to drive me up there. We went there and I couldn't get in. And here goes Kerry Miller doing his Kerry Miller things. And he obviously knew Simon and growing up. But he ended up getting me in, and I did this contest. And I remember I got into semis after he let me in. I did, I want to say switch 5, right sev, left sev for a run. And I got into that, and it was really cool. And then from there I was 14, and that was kind of the end of my winter. And I went to the next year. I ended up going with Kerry and living with the Kerry crew.
Where's Kerry crew live in 2014?
He was in Frisco, Colorado at the time.
Okay. And who's in Kerry's crew in 2014?
Ty Ehrlich was getting out of it. Carson was with us. Ryan Murphy, Finn Kennedy, Pete Raish. A lot of these kids, they stopped skiing probably right after high school.
So I guess I'm unaware how his program was in 2014. So you finished your school year, or whatever, 2014. So you'd be technically going into
I finished Waterville, right? I went back for my last marking period in normal school. I finished 8th grade.
Yeah.
And then my parents I got onto this online program, Keystone Academy, and did online school through my high school. And I went out to Colorado, and I lived with, I want to say it was 10 or 12 kids.
Where did you guys live? Like in a house? Is this
in a condo in Frisco? So you guys have been there.
Yeah.
Walmart. There's the 7-Eleven, and then there's the condos right back behind 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
We were in there.
Did you have your own room, or you have roommates?
Roommates.
Damn.
And it's just Kerry. Kerry's got 12 kids in Frisco.
It was Kerry. Mike was there. Mike
Hanley?
Yep.
Okay.
And he was coaching his crew, which was Nick Gepper. Those kids weren't at the house anymore or living with Kerry, but they were still getting coached by Hanley, and Hanley would go live. He would be there with us and Aaron Anderson.
Okay.
Aaron Anderson was my coach when I went out there.
So what'd you think when you pulled up? What'd you think when your parents were like, okay, you're going to live with Kerry? Were you advocating for it, or were you
I wanted to do it, for sure.
Okay, you wanted to.
I wanted to go to Colorado, and
ninth grade, fucking moved out west skiing with kids.
Yeah, I was fully and they let me do it. It was super.
For the record, I had no clue you were a Kerry kid, so this is
me neither.
This is a great surprise.
Yeah, dude, I was before this, I'm I'm gonna tell Iberg that I was a Kerry kid, and he's just gonna be like, "Oh, this guy."
Yeah, I guess if you listen to the Tanner, whatever, but yeah, no, I didn't know. I honestly thought, because last I heard, I think that year that you were with them, Powder Magazine did an article on him in 2013-14. And I remember they called me up and they're like, can you tell me something about Kerry? I'm like, no, dude, but can you just ask Kerry about Kerry? Because I want to read your article on him and know the true story. But I think that was 13-14. And then by 16, he was gone, I believe.
Yeah, exactly around that time.
So before we get to Kerry being gone, okay, so you move out, you got roommates. What's day-to-day life living with the Kerry crew like?
We normally skied. We would ski pretty much every day on the, like, I remember he'd be like, oh, it's busy on the weekends. You don't want to go up to Breckenridge or Keystone on the weekend. And it's just like, no, we do. We want to ski. So we would ski pretty much every day. We had a coach. That was like his program. And we had a coach and started skiing in the park. And yeah, just kind of like learning fundamentals and like how to do shit. And it was really cool though, like going out there. I kind of blanked on a part after Waterville. I went out to Hood for like in the summer, and I stayed with Kerry in Oregon, and then I ended up going to New Zealand for my first time. And Mike Hanley did coach our crew that year, and I remember going there and like he basically like, I was like, yeah, I want to do a cork 7, and like I want to do, like, I had cork 7s. I was like, I want to do dub 10s and stuff, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, he just took me back and like he was like, no, you're gonna learn like all 4 5s with 3 different grabs, and then all 4 7s like 3 different grabs and 9s.
So put this into perspective, Ethan, for you. This is who do we talk to? Luca.
Yeah.
So this was Mike as New Zealand coach or whatever down there. And so now we're hearing Ryan going and getting the same experience that Luca got from Mike. So yeah, once again, big up Mike Hanley, man.
Yeah, dude, he's got a system. Great dude. You know, I would say like we didn't. I have a lot of respect for him, and I thank him for like that opportunity because he definitely. I feel like he taught me like the fundamentals of tricks, which is super dope, but it's just so intense too. And like his whole program of like, he wanted us to like write out like a 4-year plan, and it's anything from waking up, breakfast, going skiing, what tricks you want to do, and like basically a whole thing to like plan your Olympic run. And it was crazy, and it just like it freaked me out, honestly.
Yeah,
because I didn't want to ski like that. I was just skiing, like I said, I was skiing to just get better. I wanted to get better, and I wanted to be a dope skier, and I wanted like I started competing, and I wanted to like I thought Rev Tours and doing that whole program, trying to get on the national team, and yeah.
So I need a 1-second pause, buddy. 2014. We just got Mike Hanley. 30 seconds at most. Maybe 20. Back in it. That was only 15 seconds.
So when you went down to when you went out to Hood with Kerry and then down to New Zealand, was that like like a trial period to see if you wanted to do the Colorado jump, or were you already signed up for the Colorado crew? Okay, so you were
that was kind of like a trial.
Yeah.
It was a big trip. I ended up. Dude, I think I was gone from home for like 100 days.
To New Zealand?
100-something days. No, because I went to Hood, and we were living in Rhododendron, and then we went to New Zealand for like a month.
As a maybe summer out of 8th grade
6 weeks kid. Trip or 5-week trip.
Yeah, before even going to high school. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very nuts.
So is this a huge...
Insane experience and opportunity, and like, we went down there, we ended up doing... I don't know what it was at the time. I think it was like a Continental Cup down there.
So is this like a huge financial investment for your dad right now? Yeah, like a New Zealand plane ticket alone is crazy.
For sure.
And I'm just trying to look at it, and I get it. Like 100 hours a week and passion, especially if he didn't have an upbringing with opportunity. Totally get it. You know, but I'm curious at the same time, is he having conversations with you of like, hey man, is this what you really need, or is this what you really want? Because I'm putting this much into you. Are you having conversations like this with him?
Fully. I talk to him every day.
Okay.
Every day. And he would always, like, you know, he's asking me how it's going. Am I progressing? You need to work hard. Huge thing. He always said you got to have a good work ethic and work hard.
Word.
And yeah, that year when I went to Colorado, that was the first year that I was able to sign up for the Rev Tours. And I ended up getting in. Like, I remember, this is some crazy shit. Like, now you have to go through this whole big thing of doing USASA, getting into the Futures Tour, get enough points to get to Rev Tour and NORAM. And then from there, you get into the World Cups. But back then, they had... Is Iberg still here?
Yeah, my video broke. I think you'll be back in about 8 minutes.
It's all right. As long as we got audio. All right.
So where was that? Help me out here.
Rev Tour, you're doing all these things. You're giving the breakdown of all the different stuff you have.
Yeah, so we used to back then you used to be able to go and like sign up to be on a waiting list. So I remember Kerry would do this crazy shit where we'd get there and we'd be sitting outside the registration room at like 4 a.m. and we'd sign up, and like you go to Rev Tour, and in 2014 at least like 10 kids would break themselves off in practice, and I ended up getting in and doing the Rev Tour, and I got into the
So
Rev
what was
Tour.
Rev Tour like, man? So like, because I never got to talk to anyone who was really into it, and it's like, was it something? Was this the shit? Was this it because they had the sponsors, they had the logos up? Like, when you participated in that, did you feel like a baller?
No.
Was it a shitty course? Like, what was it like to? Because it seemed
it was
like
normally like they would do a World Cup almost, or like Mammoth, for example, and it'd be on the World Cup course, dulled down probably a month later.
Okay.
They did.
So it wasn't like something where it was like everyone's all stoked, like you almost felt like it was your X Games every weekend. It was more like, oh, we need to get points and here's another contest, or like, what's your vibe as a 14, 15-year-old?
Honestly, I thought it was sick. Like, going, like, I wanted to do well. I remember there was a bunch of sick guys in it. I remember Jonah Williams was in it, the first one I ever did, and that was at Mammoth. I think he won it that year, I want to say.
Because to me, it was a crazy concept.
Yeah,
it was like they created a pro tour for little children, right? So when it first started, you had an East Coast one, you had a Midwest one, you had a West Coast one. And I was imagining all these kids under 18 years old traveling the country.
And that was at the time, like, Olympics. You know, Olympics was what? First Olympics was
2014.
14.
Yeah, Sochi.
Yep. So, you know, it was at that time when it was taking a huge switch from, I used to compete in like a little bit of AFP, and they did the whole switch. AFP died and FIS was the new thing, and it was basically your way to almost get your shot into the World Cup.
That's true. It had points.
And if you won the thing was, like, if you won the overall Rev Tour, you were normally getting on the US team. You were getting your spot into the World Cup, locking down your own spot for all 7 stops in the World Cup next year, where then you could go.
That's true. And so, Ethan, at this time period, all the people on the US team in 2013 were like a coach's pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was no criteria.
Like, kind of.
Yeah, there was no criteria to make a team. You just had to look at it and be like, wow,
criteria, it changed.
This is a good perspective, because we talked to a lot of the people that were young adults when the Olympics came around, or we talked to people that were like Iberg's age, where they're like, what's this Olympic thing? This isn't what we came up doing. But you were the first targeted group of kids where it's like, you're the Olympians of tomorrow. Like, lock in, kids. This is the future. So this is definitely different than any other territory we've covered, because you're literally the first round of kids. Like, okay, buckle up. Like, this is your future now.
And I felt like I fully, when I first got into all this and like did these little local contests, I wanted to do tour. Like I wanted to do X Games. That was the shit. It wasn't the Olympics. And then the Olympics became the thing. And it's like, well, how are you going to get into X Games now? You basically got to go win the Rev Tours and like win a World Cup almost to get into X Games, or have one of those, you know.
Because also put this into perspective for you, Ethan. Like 2013, none of the superstars were doing World Cups, right?
Why would they?
Like it still was. Like even going into the Olympics and stuff, like it was just like it was. Yeah, it just didn't exist. So they had to build a feeder program overnight.
That's where Kerry comes in. Kerry comes in.
Yeah. It was
Kerry been there since the 90s.
But that's when he buckles up and he's like, all right, it's go time. I'm putting a team together.
Well, he always had a team.
Yeah, but
like,
what for? What was he developing them
for? Tanner used to go on his team to water. We talked about it in that interview.
Yeah, he always used to talk like Tanner, Schlopey.
So he was just always developing kids for the
highest
level of competition.
Obviously, Nick.
Like he was always just like, all right, whatever the best competition is, I'm getting kids developed for it. That was Kerry's thing.
Yeah, Hackle was a Kerry kid. Speedy,
one of the illest.
Was he telling you guys anything about sponsors and stuff when you're living at the Colorado house? Like, okay, this is how the business side of this shit works, or is he only?
Yeah, he did. He had good connections at the time with Smith and Vocal. And I had a sponsor before. I think I got my first sponsor like right before Waterville, the year before Waterville. So 2013. They did this demo at Blue Mountain, and I ended up. There was a ski shop. Oh man, I need to go back real quick.
Keep going back. Yeah, we need to learn about sponsors and stuff.
I'm going back. So when I went out to nationals, there's two ski shops that are like kind of close, like 30 minutes from my house. There was Hunterdon Ski and Pelican Ski. And we used to go to Hunterdon Ski and Snow. And this guy had he had a snow gun, and like you could go there and like test out skis. I never did that. I just thought it was sick as a kid. Like, oh my gosh, they got a snow gun at the ski shop, blah, blah, blah. So when I was younger, we went in there and I like told this guy, I was like, I'm going to nationals. Like I got invited to nationals. It's my first year doing this stuff. Like, and he was like, you go out to nationals and you podium, I'll sponsor you. So that was the nationals I went to, and I got third in half pipe, which was like, you know, pretty random because I didn't really ski pipe. And I went back after we got home from Colorado, and I begged.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking as a little kid that sponsorship means?
I don't know, like get hooked up with some like swag.
Okay. Free shit.
Maybe get a pair of skis. Yeah, just free shit.
I don't know. I don't have a clue what a 12-year-old might be thinking when you travel on an airplane, ski, and an old person tells you they're going to hook you up if you do X, Y, or Z. It's dope as fuck.
Yeah, I ended up going back there, and I like showed him the medal, and the guy like told me, he's like, I can't sponsor you. And I was like, I was so bummed, and my dad ended up like taking me in the car, and we went down to the next ski shop, and like we just went in there. I used to love going into ski shops as a kid and checking out all the skis and all the stuff there. And but this guy from Pelican, Jose, he actually told me to come to. This was the following year. He told me to come to this demo, and like K2 was there, and I used to ski. I loved K2s. Sean Jordan had K2s. I wanted to ski on K2s, and I ended up going there, and I took a couple runs with this guy, and we come down, and he's like, yeah, all right, and that's good. And I was like, what do you mean? We took like 2 laps, and he's like, no, dude, you rip. I wanna start like hooking you up, and like I I started getting free skis. I'd get like a pair or two of free skis a year. And I remember I was on a K2 juvie at 12 years old, pretty small kid. And I would just like break them like left and right. And I remember my dad started going to REI because they had their like lifetime guarantee. So he'd get a pair of skis there, and then I'd break them, and he'd go back and swap them out.
That's genius.
But I ended up
Never
getting
heard of
on
that.
K2, or like not getting on. They flowed me. K2 started flowing me, and then Full Tilt was there, and the Full Tilt guys started flowing me, and the POC dude. So it was like a 3-in-1 in one day. So fast forward, I'm with Kerry. I have, I'm on flow for K2, Full Tilt, and POC, and I would break a lot of skis, and it was hard to get more skis. So Kerry ended up hooking me with Vocal and Smith.
Yeah, the Juvie's not a good ski for someone that wants to try to do anything cool.
Yeah.
What's like when Kerry arranges a sponsorship? Are there any strings attached? Like, because you probably were just getting free product,
Not
money.
for me, because I never was at that level with the sponsor.
Okay.
So Kerry is a facilitator, right? Like, this is where we'll give him his props at the highest level. He's always been like, so like even like back in the day with Line or something or Scott, it's just a matter. He's with little guys, so that he can go to these companies. And the big thing was why he'd work with certain companies, say Scott or Smith or whatever. He'd say, I have a couple kids here. Do you guys want to work with some? And then he can get extra product and help these kids out because the companies knows that he's developing people. So he's like, it's the equivalent of a team coach was like, man, my kids are really dope. Can you hook me up with some stuff? I'm going to put it on my kids. And then that starts the relationship. And then he knows everyone because he's at every event.
Yeah.
And then
he knew everybody.
And as the kids grow, those kids can go off on their own, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's more of a facilitator. I don't think I've ever heard of him dealing with any money contracts. Once money comes,
where's he making his money? Just a cut of the room and board? Like how's he making his bread?
So he claimed, I don't know how much I want to talk about this because I don't want to talk shit on this guy.
All of us people that know Kerry our whole lives, man, we're adding up everyone's story.
Yeah. You guys know exactly, but like, I don't want to,
no, we don't know, Ryan. We don't know. So I love to hear everyone's different story. To me, Kerry Miller, someone dropped the wrench down the oil well in Texas. I gotta go, and you're like, what?
Yeah, he is apparently his parents owned like Key Bank, and he is in the trust and he controls the trust, but he said he never. We didn't pay Kerry. He was like the organizer and stuff, and it's honestly crazy. Like I'm thinking about it now, and I'm just like, this is nuts how it all worked out. But I definitely think he would have some kids where their parents had a little more money. They'd pay extra to cover a cost of somebody else. Or like we went, for example, the year Waterville Rev Tour 2016, we all went there to go stay. Jackson Hipple was from there, and his grandparents owned a house. And it was this big house, and they roomed, and they boarded all of us there. Our parents came out, like a lot of the kids were from Ohio. The parents had a place to stay, but I guess he ended up saying like they wanted to charge rent and like made the parents pay him, but then the grandparents never asked for any money for this. You know what I mean? So there was like some like slimy stuff there, and the parents found out. And I remember after that, my dad was like pretty pissed because he was the type of guy like you mess with him once and it's like, he loses the trust.
Yeah. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? That's the only story I've ever heard that's bad. So
Yeah,
Just
but
a
he was a
mystery.
good
He's
dude.
just a
Like
mystery.
without Kerry, I would definitely not, have ever like I wouldn't be where I'm at right now. Like still skiing and I've stopped competing, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I said to Ethan when you walked away, I'm like, I feel like I'm all over the place.
we can be though, because that's the fun part about it. Is like, I don't know, there's so many random stories, right? The fact you're a
Yeah.
Kerry kid in the mid 2000 teens is baffling to me. I didn't even know because I thought but you're the last Kerry kid because he disappeared in 2016. So
Yes.
I don't think there is any more. I think you're the last generation of 20 years of Kerry kids.
Yeah, me and Pete Raish were like the last two out of the crew to like. I remember when I turned 16, it was after I ended up in 2016. I ended up winning the overall Rev Tour.
Overall.
And
So what does that mean? You win like slopestyle, big airs, half pipes, everything?
no, we did. It was supposed to be. We did 2 events at Waterville, 2 events at Seven Springs, and the way it worked, they take your best 2 results out of the 4 events. I got a first and a second, and I ended up winning like the overall Rev Tour. And when you win the overall Rev Tour, you solidify your 7 spots for the World Cup the next year, the following season.
Yeah? Not even the NORAM, a World Cup.
Yeah, because Rev Tour was like, it was like Rev Tour and NORAM kind of were like the same thing at the time, I want to say.
So you could go to a World Cup and not, I guess we just learned this with Taylor. You could go to a World Cup and not be on the US team?
Yeah, you still could, but
Okay.
dude, nowadays, good luck.
No, I think Taylor was telling us a story from the Olympic season where she got 4th place and she wasn't on the US team and she thought she had an Olympic spot. And so I was blown away, and that's 2018. So I think that was the last year you could do a World Cup and not be on the team.
Yeah, normally the kid who would win the overall Rev Tour, the US team would normally put them on.
Okay.
And they would get on the rookie team. And I remember that was 16-17 season, won the overall Rev Tour. I got a spot to Junior World Championships in Valmalenko in Italy. And first time, never been to Europe. I ended up, it was Cody LaPlante, Mac Forehand, and Kieran Fagan. Mac broke his collarbone a week before. So they ended up sending Hunter Henderson and went to Valmalenko. I ended up getting third there. I beat Cody, who was on the team, and then Hunter and Kieran both weren't on the team, but I think me and Kieran made finals. And then I ended up getting 3rd place there, and I was just like,
You got third at Junior Worlds.
Yeah, slope.
Dope.
Yeah. And I kind of thought that was gonna be like, it always seemed to me that like whoever, you look back at the previous years and like whoever would get on, who would win the overall Rev, they'd get on the team. And then like I got the invite to Junior World Champs and I did well there, and I was just like, oh, I think it actually might happen. Like I had hopes.
Yeah.
And I remember they hit me up. They sent me an email and they were like, you were in consideration for the team, but we want to actually keep it small and select this year, and we're not going to bring anybody to the team because.
And this is the year of the Olympics.
Yeah, because the Olympics are coming up,
16,
and I was
17,
like,
18.
no way. And like, I'm I'm 99.9% positive that year I clicked every criteria.
Yeah.
And they told me
Did
that.
you save that email?
Like, well, huh?
Did you save that email?
Yeah, I probably have it.
That'd be a fun one.
I probably do have it.
Small this year. Thanks for meeting the criteria.
Yeah. but that happened. And like, I remember coming home one day and like my dad was here and he's like, Brian, I got to tell you something. And like, I thought he was about to tell me like a family member passed away or something.
Yeah.
Cause like the look on his face was like so concerned. Cause once I got into Rev Tours and I saw like, oh, if you can do well in these Rev Tours, you can get into the World Cups. And like, maybe, I just thought it'd be more like it's more exposure in the scene and, you know, thinking you could get into Do Tour and X Games. And so the next year, I was doing the World Cups and the US team told me, they're like, since you won the Rev Tour, you shouldn't go back and do them again. You should do the World Cups and see how you do there.
So 17-18 Olympic season, you're doing a World Cup schedule, but you're not on the U.S. team.
Yeah.
So you're funding yourself to go have an American flag beside your name on the standing board, but you're not on the American team?
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. But I honestly, like, I loved it and I thought it was cool.
No, it's just interesting because it's the development of a sport, right? Like they didn't know what they were doing. They're changing their criteria. They don't know how to go about it. There's no national team jacket that people wear, so what does it really mean to be on a team or not? You still look different like the other guys.
Yeah, but you also get help and like, that's where it was.
Yeah.
You get, you do get free coaching and they pay for your registrations and they pay for your passes. And like, that would have all been things to, I'm 16 years old. I obviously wasn't working. I was going.
That's why I'm saying it's crazy. You are doing a World Cup and you are paying to enter to represent someone that doesn't represent you.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
You're not going to the X Games and paying registration.
Trust me, I was definitely like, at the time, I was like a little ticked, but like I used that to like, light a fire under my ass and try and do better. And I wanted to win. I wanted to beat all these kids. And the first year of when I did the World Cups, I think there was like 2 or 3 stops where I was like 1 or 2 out of finals in my heat. So I was getting, like 18th or 19th place in the World Cup the first year I did it. And they were going off points and stuff for the criteria of the U.S. team. And I'm like, if I'm getting 18th at a World Cup or 20th at a World Cup, I'm still getting more points than the kid who's winning the NORAM or the Rev Tour.
Are you beating team members?
Yeah. Yeah, there were definitely some events that I beat some team members.
Dope.
And yeah, that year at the end of the year, like I was trying to make the team again, like ski well, get on the team. And same thing, like I ended up.
How many World Cups did you do Olympic season?
Sorry?
How many World Cups did you do during the Olympic season?
I want to say I did all 7 stops.
Damn.
Yeah, like Font Remo, Sizeram.
How gnarly is that to independently fund a World Cup season?
It was insane, but like I said, I had I'm just super fortunate, and my parents helped me with that.
But it's just crazy.
All my parents.
But you're the normal story in the sport of skiing, right? Like that, we're all fortunate, myself included. Like just blessed, man, super blessed. But when I look at it as far as why like don't add up, I'm just like, it's one thing if you're on a team and like you're still part of something, but it's another thing if you're representing, because you're representing the team even if you're not on the team. You have the same flag on the scoreboard.
Yeah. And fully, like, I remember when I when I stopped doing World Cups, and my last World Cup was 2022, the Copper Big Air.
Eh,
Like I remember people, they'd be like, you haven't been on the team this whole time? I just like assumed you were always on the team. And I was like, no, I ended up getting into the World Cups from qualifying myself in, and then I held my points those years, and I just kept trying to grind them and do them. And like,
Are there other people like you?
there was my buddy Pete Raish. Yeah, there's a bunch. There are kids that do that and like try and do it. But at that time, I want to say like I feel like I hit that right time of you can't just go to a Rev Tour and sign up to be on the waiting list anymore. It's
Okay.
USASA into Futures, into Rev Tour, into NORAMs, into World Cups, and it's all this like point system.
Oh yeah, is that structure like it's totally pyramided out now?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but yeah, dude.
That's crazy.
I lost
So
myself.
you
right
never have been on the U.S. team, but you did a World Cup tour for over 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went to two. I did another Junior World Champs the following year in New Zealand. There was a big air, and I got second there. It was
Because you only have to be 18 or younger, right? In FIS Junior
18.
Worlds. 18? Okay.
Yeah. So I did that, and then I remember I got a discretion spot right after because there was a big air contest, World Cup big air. So I got a discretionary spot after Junior Worlds. And that next year, Mac was on the team. And yeah, it was, I got second, he got first, and Tib got third.
In big air.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the Kerry crew, he like, it was kind of weird. We like go through coaches quite a bit because, you know, some people can't stand that guy. So we were getting coached by this New Zealand guy, Brad Prosser, and he ended up like he was coaching like the 5 kids in my crew, and then he ended up pulling in Nick Gepper to the loop. So Nick started training with us and like skiing with us, and we were all at the World Cup, so he'd be a coach too. And Brad got this crazy job opportunity from China that like he couldn't turn down because China team pays their coaches insane amount of money. I hear it's an absolute like nightmare to go and work there.
No, because I think he took Turpin's job when he quit.
Yeah.
Was that time period.
And he didn't want to like just flat leave the whole crew. So he ended up calling TJ Schiller up and was like, do you want to like take over this like private crew I got going on? And TJ was super down, and TJ came out, and that was like my trial. I went to New Zealand with Pete and TJ, and then like Nick came down and did his thing. Troy Pod Millsack was coaching with him, and Margot Hackett. So Pete, Margot, Nick, and I, we were in the World Cups, and Pod was in Rev Tours at the time, and TJ came down, and we went out there with him. We were there for maybe 6 weeks.
So this was the beginning of TJ's private coaching with T-Pod.
Yeah.
Okay.
TJ, he was awesome. Super insane to have TJ as that, you know, that role model.
So you got to, here's my question. So when you have a human like TJ, who's pretty awesome, he's a good human, super talented, obviously is ill as fuck, so you can look up to him. Now you've had so many different kinds of coaches, right? Watervilles, Carries, fucking, who was homie that we were just talking about, Mike Hanley.
Yeah.
What makes TJ different than all these other coaches?
At least I knew TJ did these tricks. You
That's a
know,
big deal. Just
that's
like
a huge deal.
because Skogan, he doesn't have to be a good coach. Everyone says, "Yo, you ill as fuck." Skogan goes, "You got this."
Yeah,
You
literally.
know what I
I
mean?
remember
Like,
being at the top of a World Cup, Aspen Snowmass, and I think it was Gus, and he was like, "Do I do a 4-on back two, or do I do a switch 4 to forward?" And I remember Skogan standing there, and he looks at Gus, and he's just like, "Yeah, just do whatever you want, man." And I was just like, "No way."
yeah, you're like, that's the U.S. team coach.
Yeah,
Because I was like, it was the biggest thing. Like Skogan always said it perfect. He's like, yo, I can't do anything my kids do. What am I going to tell them how to do it better? No, the only job of a coach is to just believe in them and then be like, dude,
yeah.
you're the illest. That's why you're on the team. And you wouldn't be here right now if you aren't the illest. So just go be ill.
And once you get to a certain level in skiing, and like you know when you mess something up. If you like,
And if you don't, then you
and
probably
if you
shouldn't be at
don't,
that
like,
level.
yeah, you better. I don't know, but it's all. I don't know.
No, I was just always interested because I always thought it was so cool that TJ found a niche where I saw Skogan. Skogan as I could never be bummed on him that he went to a FIS coach because he came from snowboarding originally. So to him to go to the U.S. ski team, it was a new experience that he's never done. He never was fucked over by it in the 90s like other people that might have come from his era. And so when TJ found this like private coaching job, I was just like, yo, what? We haven't seen that in this sport at this level. So I always thought it was pretty cool. So I just wanted to hear from you because you were at the beginning of the TJ coaching life.
Yeah, it was really cool having him as a coach, and just like I said, he was kind of like didn't look at it like he was just like a homie, having a super cool guy there to hype you up, and he'd always be like, "You got to do the gorilla steez, man. You're coming in, get low, get like a gorilla," and like he'd show us old ski movies and stuff, and it was
awesome.
It was sweet. It was really sweet. And that year that he came out, did junior world champs and did pretty well there, and he was definitely a big inspo.
Even
This is all starting to make more sense now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you were confused before?
Well, it's just
Dude,
like
I'm confusing myself. I'm all nervous and stuff.
Nah, you're good. It's just because like you were just so deep in that track, like, and then you see where Mac's at, and it's like,
Yeah.
and it's like that could have easily been you, like riding for Red Bull on the Olympic team, shit like that. Like you were so deep into this, and I had no clue how deep you were.
Yeah, I was me and Mac were like for like 2 years we were like pretty here and here, and then dude, he just took off. He got insane.
Yeah.
So what summer is this with TJ right now? 2016, 17?
No, this was 2018.
Okay, so right after the Olympics?
Yep.
Okay. Sick. So you're kind of like totally revamped. Like you're trying to find a new path, right? You just didn't get the opportunities through the US team. You are still stoked on competing. You still like want to find a new angle. You have these private coaches. You're doing this dope shit to like get to a certain level. I'm just looking at it from your perspective because I'm like, fuck, man. Like you're committed.
Dude,
No
super
matter
committed.
what, like you're ready to be a champion for all the fucking steps you're taking.
Yeah. Yeah, I was super committed, and like at that time when I was 18, dude, when I was skiing, like I was so confident in my skiing and like super, super stoked all the time, genuinely. And it was, I felt like unstoppable, dude.
So
Honestly.
if you didn't win, do you get bummed on yourself?
I'd be bummed, but like I'm not going to be snapping my poles and throwing my helmet over it, you know?
No, I'm just curious because like I guess that's where I always look at it. I'm like, if you do snap your poles and break your helmet, that's when you're going to be the best because it's just losing sucks more than anything in the world. If you want to be this champion, it's like the worst. It's the worst. I mean, dude, even when Tanner would win with a bad run, he'd go fucking like hang out in the room by himself and be like, I fucking suck tonight. And you're like, you want to smoke? And so it's just interesting, like at this point where it's the level of commitment, and then you're like there, because I'm just like, fuck, man, you're so deep. Like you with the illest people in the whole entire world, past, present, and future. Like you've named them all. Like from the guys that you're rocking with Kerry Kid, the guys that you're competing with, the guys that are coaching you, like you are in the epicenter of the sport in the second Olympic year. And it's fun because to me, this is the most lost year ever of the history of our sport. You know, like when I look at it, because no one knew really what they wanted anymore. Yeah. No one's like, because you couldn't be a movie skier. There's no more fucking movies coming out on the regular. Like on the fall time, you don't have like IF3s. You don't have this culture anymore. You got fucking swiping up, and you have people that want to be champions, but then you like don't really know. So yeah, your spot is ill, man. As an 18-year-old, but I'm calling timeout. I'm on beer number 4.
I did 2 dew tours.
Wild.
And when did dew tour end?
Dew tour like just ended.
Dew tour I did was it was the one at Breck when Kobe smashed his shoulder.
Dew tour still goes?
No,
not anymore.
Okay.
Not this ending season, but the previous season.
Oh, they tried to modify it to like street style or something. Like it wasn't what it was.
I never did the street styles or anything. I just did slope the 2 years. Okay. I was an alternate. So I got in 1 year because I want to say it was the Olympic qualifying year in Breck. Or no, when was it, dude?
While you're figuring it out, I know Iberg has to pee, and I got to pee too.
It's a pee break time. You think of your dates.
All right. I'll get up to.
Yep.
Fuck yeah, buddy. I apologize. This is my second episode with no smoking. Normally I'm like 30 doobies deep at this point. But
yeah, why aren't you smoking anymore?
I'm in Quebec right now. And then my buddy gave me his condo. So I don't think it would be super polite if I just smoked 50 doobies a day inside of his condo that he gave to me.
No, respect.
Yeah.
Respect.
So I tried to do we did Taylor Brook, and I was like, well, what do I do if I don't smoke? And I got some wine. I drank the whole bottle. I was so fucked up. And I was just like, I don't think I'm doing wine again. So we're going slow beers tonight for you.
What's up with your camera, Iberg?
It broke, my friend. It broke. It'll be back on in 8 minutes.
What does it broke mean?
Like, I don't know. Like, the button just don't work. I'll be back.
All right. We're good. All right. We're talking craziness right now, dude. We're talking mixed up, jumbled up dates. We're locking in. We're
a New Jersey guy, fucking just all lost in the competition world of twin tip skiing.
Well, this is what's crazy. It is really the story of a kid that's just getting lost in this new bullshit Olympic system where it's like you got the skills, but it's just navigating this nonsense landscape that doesn't make any sense, and there's no clear path.
Because your dreams right now, like, I'm just guessing, if you're putting all this energy in, you're straight a contest kid, right? You're not
for sure.
Yo, let's get a camera.
I was absolutely a contest kid, locked down, and that's what I wanted to do.
And were all the guys that you were rolling with, were they only contest kids too?
Yeah, a lot of them. But I did have out in Colorado, I had friends like Mike Coppola and Sam Zahner because they were Jersey guys, and I knew them.
Because Zahner's a fucking gnarly film skier, right? Like that's how his fame is.
Zayner's insane, and he's always been a filmer. But I remember seeing them, like, I'd go to Creek and I'd see them there, or they'd come up to Boulder and I'd see them there when they were in high school. And when I went out there, they were all starting to move out there right after they graduated. And I would like see them all the time and, you know, try and ski with them too. And I was definitely around them and would always say what up and stuff. But yeah.
So you never had thoughts come in when things happened, whether you didn't make the team, whether you didn't qualify X, Y, or Z. Like you never had thoughts like, should I go film like Zane or film like these guys or TJ or like just.
I definitely had some thoughts, and like I remember being out in Colorado, and I think from like Most Gutter when they filmed that one, they were like, Low Rye, you should come ski street with us. Like, we want you to come out. And I would just be like, I would be nervous to get broken off, honestly, in between the World Cups, because like I wanted to do well in that, and I was going for that, and it was so hectic too with traveling all over. Like I didn't know when, I didn't really have the time to go and just ride the road with them for 3 weeks and film.
It's fun
at that time.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. I'm just like, it's fun to hear a perspective, you know, like, because I'm always curious, like, to be a contest kid.
Yeah.
You know, like
I did find out my first year of Dew Tour. It was 2017.
Okay.
Sick. So,
but, I did film, like, I gotta say though, when I was back home, Big Boulder Park, they had a super good, it was the most insane vibes there. Like people were grilling in the lot and everybody's chilling. It was a super nice, like park oriented mountain, and they had a park team there, and you'd get a free season pass, and they had a pretty big park crew of like 15 to 20 guys. They had photographers and filmers. And I would go home and like over break, I would definitely like go and film for Big Boulder Park and do stuff like that. But never.
What's the first shit you have on the internet? Like if we were to go and check something out.
Oh shit!
Like,
I got
do you have a sponsor me video?
I got a super embarrassing one at 9 years old that one of the coaches from the program of Camelback Mountain School made. And like the intro is like Ryan Stevenson, just 10 years old. He's a beast. And I'm like ripping pencil nines and
fuck yeah, dude.
Doing like back fours off like an up rail and like dragging both my hands.
I think the funnest part of the 2010 eras, like everything was about age, right? Like everyone had it. Like I think the joke was Kai Jones, the dope ass fucking big mountain skier, was 15 years old for 5 years in the 2010s. You know, and everyone's like, dude, is he ever going to get older? You know, because everyone wanted to say, look at this young kid. And by 2020, every 12-year-old was dope. So no one could ever say, like, look at this 8-year-old, because nowadays there's a 6-year-old that's fucking the illest.
Yeah, for real. But
sorry. Yeah. So is everything just everything in your orbit at that time just around getting on the U.S. team?
Pretty much. I wanted to make the rookie team before I made it to 19 years old, and then like, you know, I thought keep going and see where that goes, but I definitely had thoughts of doing other things and trying to film, and you know, I knew even if I didn't make the team, I'd still want to be skiing because it's my passion and I love it so much. You know, I don't, you know, you see me out in Europe. I didn't go to Europe all winter just, you know, to just do nothing and goof around.
Yeah, well, it's just like if the Olympics didn't come into the picture, then you would have just, everything would have been Dew Tour X Games, which is funny because you ended up going to do tour, and so you ended up achieving that dream anyways.
Yeah, I did.
But it's just
2
funny how the
tours. I
thinking
did
is
one at
so
Breck
different.
and Copper.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just bugged out on the U.S. team thing. So
The U.S.
now it
team
is
thing
summer.
was a pretty big bummer because the second year the next year when I was also trying to go get on the U.S. team to make the rookie team, when I got the World Cup spots, I did pretty well with the criteria there, but then it was between me and Dickie Thomas.
Oh, fuck,
And
Dickie.
sorry?
I was just thinking, like, the kid makes me laugh. I just was thought of his random
Yeah,
edit that came out 2-3 months
he's
ago.
a sick kid. Really like him. Crazy skier too. But it
Minnesota
was between
representative.
me and him, and they ended up taking Dickie. I got an email. I want to say it was from Skogan. Or no, it wasn't. This Skogan told me this in person when I was out in Mammoth later that year. I went to like a spring camp, and I saw him there. And he's like, yeah, the reason we didn't take you to the team versus the other person, a kid, he had dub 16 and you didn't. Like that was the reason. Like he told me that to my face. And in the back of my head, no offense to Dickie, but I'm like, you gave this kid the spot because he can do a dub 16 that's like a pencil 10 to like a 5 with the Japan, you know? And like
Yeah.
you're doing a trick. You want to make the whole trick look good, you know, not just like the last half of it. No disrespect.
No,
disrespect.
I'm just laughing at the point, the comment from Skogan, and no disrespect to Skogan, but I'm looking at
no
when
disrespect to Skogan
when
either.
he's writing down on paper.
But
and he's
dude,
sitting
he
there
said
with
that
his
to me, and
assistant
I
coach.
couldn't believe it. I was just like, "Are you kidding me?" And I remember like the U.S. team was at this camp, and that camp, dude, I just went crazy. Like, was chucking. Ended up like I was doing like all four tens, and I learned like switch 12. I learned like dub sev, switch 14. That camp. It was a really crazy trip. It was a wicked week of skiing.
That's so wild. Okay, so
That's a crazy way to get.
So we're summer. I want to summer 2018. TJ is helping out. You're fucking like getting all stoked, trying to make the team. 18-19. You don't make the team 18-19, right? This is when Skogan's having the conversation with you.
So, yeah, it was May in 2018 when I was in Mammoth, and I had that conversation with Skogan.
Okay, so you're going into that summer, and you got TJ as a coach, and
I'm going into that summer, and I had. Yeah, sorry.
I was just saying, like, you're looking at it, you're like, yo, fuck this shit. I'm the shit. I'm gonna go fucking train more. I'm gonna like ski harder.
Yeah,
because that's what has.
TJ, like, this is insane.
So, but what are you thinking now? Like going into the year 18-19, the year after the Olympics, you're 18 or 19 years old. You're not on the team. You want to be on the rookie team by you're 19. You've been fucking putting in max effort for 5 fucking years. Like, what is the goal? Is it 2022 now? Like, what is a 18, 19-year-old kid thinking? Are you thinking long term? Are you thinking today? Are you thinking tomorrow? Like, where are you?
I feel like I wasn't thinking about that. I was just determined, and like I was like, I can do this, and did another. Like I got into all the World Cups again. Did the World Cups. There used to be an event called Total Fight in Andorra.
It was shit,
dude. Insane. You used to be able to walk out of if you won that event, you could.
Total Fight still existed in 2019.
Yeah, let me.
Because that shit started in like 2007 or 6.
Yeah, it was still going. The year.
If you don't know about this, Ethan, check it out.
March in 2018, I ended up getting 4th at Total Fight, and I was on the podium with Antti Olila, Antoine Adelise, and McRae. McRae won. Antoine got 2nd. Antti got 3rd. I ended up getting fourth because it was like the head-to-head.
Yeah. It was slush before slush.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was ill as fuck, dude.
Different
Type
because it
in
was like a
Total
slow
Fight on
trial run, but
YouTube.
that event was sick. And I remember at that event, I met like Martin Meesoff because he was announcing. Shout out Martin.
Big up, Martin.
It was really cool. And like the thing is too, like I was getting shut down. Like, yeah, I didn't make the team. I really wanted to do that. I didn't make it. I was like, you know what? Like, fuck it, dude. I'm still gonna do me. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna go for
Total
it.
Fight had to give you a taste of awesomeness outside of World Cup.
Dude, for sure, it did. And I was like, this is insane. That was like, I think Total Fight was it was like my second time going to Europe or so.
Okay, so now let's go back to 1819 World Cup season.
Are you
So
pissed
now we're in
off with the US?
1819.
Are you pissed off with the US team at this point? Like, are you like, all right, I gotta fucking
Honestly,
this up.
dude, I hated them. Honestly,
Yeah,
I was
I
so
would,
don't even know
I
what
would
their
be
criteria
like,
is.
screw that.
Like,
Dude.
it just seemed like, because let's put this out there, the U.S. team is the only national team that is not government funded. So what does that mean? That means they're getting their money through fundraisers, donations, and sponsors.
Mhm.
And, you know, it's, I don't know. I definitely found like they would take a lot of kids from that area. If you weren't right in front of their face in PC, you didn't have as good as of a shot of doing that. And then they do things like, oh, come to Gold Camp. You're invited to Gold Camp, and like we kind of scout you. And I remember doing like I got invited one year, and I was telling my dad like I don't really want to do this. I think it's like I kind of think it's a crock. Like a crock of shit, and he's like, no, we'll do it, like maybe you'll get to be around them, and like and I did it, and like that I had a great time. Went to Mammoth. That was super sick. Was skiing with like Pete O'Brien. He was the coach at the time, and he was a super dope dude.
So I want to ask you why you think it matters that the team is not government funded and it's private funded. Why do you think, like I heard kind of how you said about someone needs to be around in the Park City area. I don't know if
I just think like the U.S. team kind of can do, like they were doing what they wanted to do. You know, they didn't. They could like, oh, the criteria changed this year, and
there was no criteria from conception until maybe 2022. So, like, I can tell you, it would suck to do that because you had coach's discretion, you had team discretion, and nothing was really built off a proper point system, right? Like, so, like, I think maybe today, as you said, you can't get it on a World Cup unless you're on the team nowadays. So, I think it's finally come to something, but I couldn't imagine navigating that in your era because your era, there was nothing. It was like, we're going to take Tom Wallish. And you're like, Tom Wallish has been injured. You know what I mean? Like, if you really look at how it worked, like even with the Olympics and stuff, like if you were to go off AFP numbers to Olympic numbers, like those didn't work. That's why AFP had to leave because it wasn't even real. You know, they're like Gus Cusmore, the overall champ, and you're like, cool. No one cares about overall champs, combined half pipe slope style, whatever. So these numbers that AFP built for 7 years were obsolete by 2014. Then all of a sudden, 7 years was dropped off people trying to organize. And then new people had to come in and just take over. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine.
The whole thing's so callous too. It's like, oh, all right, you spent all this money. Come to this thing. That kid's got one more trick than you, and you just spent, $50,000 over the past 2 years traveling. Sorry, our bad. You're not on the team. Like that. Yeah. That sucks. That sucks balls. That's so bad.
Yeah, I think so that 2019 season, I did the World Cups that I got into because at this point now it was like I had points, but then I kind of get like a discretion spot, or they'd always send me last minute invites like a week out before the contest and be like, "Oh, you got a spot, but the FIS hotel's already fully booked and this and that," and it's just like, dude, it was so stressful, and you're jumping through loops to get to these spots. And
Do you think there's like some favoritism at play? Like I don't know
I definitely
which
think there
angle it would
was,
come.
yeah.
Okay, so what angle do you think the favoritism came from? Like connections, sponsors. Like what do you think? Where were people getting an edge that you didn't have?
Maybe the coaches and the athletes, because the year that Dickey got on the team, they pulled Dave Euler from Park City ski team, which Dickey was riding with them anyways, and they brought Dickey and Dave on at the same time, and then Scogan told me that BS, and he's like, well, Dickey has a 16 and you don't. And it's
Yeah,
like,
so they're like, okay,
bro,
we'll hire the
I was doing
coach.
trip,
Yeah,
not
we'll
that
hire
the
the
tricks
coach.
matters, but like I was doing switch 14 blunts and like
Yeah.
trip 14s and like at the end of the day.
No, that makes sense, right? Like if you have a coach that comes from a different program, says, I know this guy better. Like I get it, right?
Like
From
this
the
kid, this
outside
kid
looking
works
in,
hard. He's coachable. Yeah, stuff like that.
whatever. But yeah.
But like then I did find out shortly after that, and I was like, maybe this is something that I shouldn't be on and be a part of. Like maybe I don't even want anything to do with the team anymore. You know?
It's all bullshit anyways. Why do I even?
And like I could still compete in these World Cups if I hold my points and I'm doing well.
So you compete in World Cups 2018 and 19, and you're not on the team.
Yep.
And so you're on that program. Fuck it, I'll do it myself. What does it get you? How do you do?
My best result was 9th place in a World Cup in Sizerom. I made like 2 finals, and best result was 9th.
All right, so you made 2 finals, you got 9th, you did
that year. That year I did do Aspen Open. I won Aspen Open Big Air.
Damn.
So this was actually funny thing. Like me and Pete were skiing together, Pete Raish, and we go to Aspen and we're gonna do the slope and Big Air, and my parents ended up coming out and surprising me. I didn't know they were gonna come. And this was actually the last time my dad got to see me ski, and he came out, and I ended up winning the Big Air, which was super crazy. And it was a dope thing,
Have you ever won a Big Air before?
No.
Fucking hell, man.
That was my first Big Air win. And dude, TJ was at the top. It was some BS too, because they had the jump from X Games, right? It's the leftover X Games course. It was 2 days of practice. So I think Wednesday, Thursday was practice. Then Friday, you had your qualifiers. Then you get into semis, and they'd run semis and finals on Saturday. Sunday, the weather was about to shit the bed. So the event organizers were like, and Aspen Open used to be an open too. I got to put that out there. Now it was.
It's not anymore?
No, it's a Rev Tour. It's sanctioned as a Rev Tour. It's a FIS event. You used to go to Aspen Open. You could go to the tent and just give them $100 and sign a piece of paper, and you're in. For the fun of it, and like that's what it was like when I first started doing Aspen Open. So we did. I remember got into semis, did semis, made it into finals. We had a 3-run final. And then the weather was about to crap the bed, and they were like, we're going to run this Big Air today. And the lip was like a quarter pipe the whole week. One person, Alex Coford, hit this jump. And I remember I'm on the bottom of that chair, and like we're going up next to the course, and we look over and we just see AK hit this jump to like test dummy it. And he is like running through the air, rolling the windows down, went huge. The thing looked crazy, like the lip, the tang on it. And for some reason, they were like, we need to get this big air in, so we're gonna run it right now. Everybody gets 2 hits on the jump, and we're gonna run a 2-run qual. And everybody was like, all the guys, they were like, holy shit, this is kind of gnarly, blah, blah, blah. So we go up there, and TJ was still my coach at the time, and he was like, all right, well, you got 2 big air tricks. He's like, you could do a switch 14 blunt, or you can do a trip 14. And I look at him, and I'm like, I don't know about doing the switch hit when I get 2 hits on this jump. So he's like, all right, well, do a straighter and then do a 10, and then you could just, you could figure out what you want to do. Like, you're a strong enough skier. If you have the speed, you can go hit the jump switch and do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, so I did a straight air. And then for the second round, I came up and I ended up doing a dub 10. And then I came up and they were going to start the event, and he was like, do the trip. And I remember we were all standing on top of that little knuckle, and everybody moves to the side, and TJ's standing in the front just like this, come on, buddy, drop the bomb. And I had a lot of inspo from Henrik, and me and my buddy Pete, we were always barking and saying oh, bark, or just doing the RR. And TJ used to make so much fun of us, you guys are dumbasses, this is so stupid. And he always, he was always giving us shit in a good way.
Yeah.
I grew up and I was the youngest sibling, and all my cousins were older, so I was used to it, being a kid and always getting ragged on. But I ended up he's up front and everybody's hyping me up, and he started barking, and the whole comp started barking, and it's down there, and all the parents are sitting on the patio. The patio's filled.
Yeah, that's so ill.
Dude,
I the guy who in 2006, when they said no slope style, it's a big air. And then he had to go win in big air at Aspen, and he's hyping you up like this. You stoked.
Dude, he was really hyping me up, and I drop in, and I remember sitting into getting low, and so he told me that when he started coaching me, he's when you come into a big air, dude, the way I used to do it, I'd shuffle it to switch in one motion, he fully taught me that. So I started doing that in the big airs, the junior worlds, where I did that switch 14 and the trip 14. He was dude, you got to keep your hands here and gorilla into it and just stay low, stay aggressive. And dude, I went into this thing. I did a trip 14 to the bottom line on this jump, 3rd hit on this jump. And the whole patio gets up, dude. I could see my dad jumping up and down, and it was just the funniest. It was the coolest shit ever. Everybody's going crazy, and I come out and I'm just yeah, this was qualifying, But I was so ticked off too at this point, because the way that they were doing the contest, and they made us go into this event, and they were you get 2 hits on the jump, and we're just gonna run this contest, right? Fuck it, you kids aren't tired, right? And it's just all right. So, I got some fire lit under my ass, and I was you know what? Screw it. And so I stomped it, and I ski out. I blast through the slow zone, and I come down to the lift, and I spray my homies on the chair. And the guy who runs the Aspen Open, Tyler, I'm going up the lift, and I'm hyped, and he skis under. He's Ryan, I'm what's up? He's that was sick, but next time cool down on the outrun. We got a lot of, it's buttermilk, it's a beginner mountain, and you're hyped. But it was just in the moment thing, and I was yeah, this is insane. And then we had 2 hits, and I think I was kind of bummed that this was gonna happen, because I left out a part. But my buddy's mother came up to us, because we finished the the slope style, and we went inside and we're eating and like grabbing a water, and like she comes in and she's like, they're gonna do the contest, they're gonna do the big air, like you need to go out there and do your tricks to my one buddy. And like I started laughing, and she's like, you think this is funny? And I'm like, yeah, it's funny how you're like going crazy soccer mom. And then I didn't say that to her face, but I'm like, yeah, this is funny. And then she's like, and your parents came all the way out from New Jersey to surprise you. And I'm like, you know what? I looked at her and I was like, you know what? All right. And I grabbed my helmet and I walked out, and I like.
Wait, did she ruin the surprise?
No.
Oh, you already knew your parents were there.
Yeah, I knew my parents were there.
Yeah, that'd be crazy,
She was just like telling my buddy to like, you got to go out there and you got to do your double cork 16. And I was just like, this is fucking nuts, And then she was like, and she tried to call me out, and I'm like, you're not my mom.
You're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is
yeah. So like, dude, it lit a fire under my ass, and I was like, I'm going to show her, kind of. And then I went up, and TJ's like, you got two options. And I'm like, holy shit. And it all just happened so quick. And then, like,
yo, your world sucks, dude. I never heard anything so retarded in my whole entire, like, I have so many bad words that I can't say in 2025 about this woman.
I know. And, like, I didn't say a name. And I know people, like,
no, but this exists. We've seen it. We've seen it for the last 10 years. Since the Olympics was started, we've seen this parent. We never saw this parent for the first time.
This type of parent, yeah.
The parents that we saw, right? Like your parents, were parents that said, wow, my kid puts in extra energy into something. I have worked hard in my life, and I'm going to support my child who puts extra effort into something, because it's not rare a child puts extra effort above and beyond into something. So we never had these parents that were giving extra opportunities, like being like, you better do something with it, because the parent, like Tanner's dad, was like, the fuck, dude, I'm so scared for helping you. If you get injured, you're retarded. You don't have your high school education, and I just supported you to hurt yourself every day. So now, like, when I hear, like, the soccer mom mentality, I hate it, man. If any soccer kid moms are listening to this, fuck you. Get the fuck out of the sport and go invest in horseback riding.
Yeah, facts. Like, go have your kid be a soccer player, like a golfer.
Whatever. If you need to be really rich, horseback riding. If you really need to be fucking Louis Vuittoned out as a soccer mom, there's other options.
It was sad to see, though, how many kids in my era that had that crazy mom, or like had that crazy dad, and like that. I was super, like, my parents were so, like, they were the shit. I grew up and I couldn't even wish for it. Everything was so amazing.
Yeah. No, it's because those parents that you saw, they saw what the purpose was, because you have to understand, how crazy was it? Let's say from when we started in 2014. Average parents putting in $30,000 to $50,000 a year to have their kids participate, right? I grew up where my friends were alpine racers. Now, a normal alpine racer in the 90s from Minnesota, if they did slalom, giant slalom, they had practice boots, race boots, practice skis, race skis, two to three different things. And then they went to camps and contests. In the 90s, I was watching my friends that skied alpine beside me. I skied for $110 for a season pass at night. My friends were training right beside me, and their parents were spending $50,000 on them in 1995. So the interesting part I always thought was when Twin Tips started, I was always like, wow, these parents are investing so much money into these kids, but they're only investing into their children because they see their children have a passion. There was zero reward. And so once there was this reward of a shiny medal, and the shiny medal don't pay from the Olympics. You're not going to buy a house from it. You're not going to be a celebrity. You ain't going to be shit. But as soon as these soccer mom and dads saw it, they're like, because they get to go talk to other mom and dads and say, my kid's on the U.S. team. My kid represents America. Yeah, and they fucking all about vanity and fucking talking like they'd rather talk about their kid than fucking talk with their kid. Fuck those parents.
And like I remember, dude, like I would you can't win them all, dude. You know, you crash or like a contest wouldn't go well, and I'd call my dad and I'd be like, you know how I said I wouldn't get I would be bummed. I would be like, damn, I wanted to do better, because I would always, that was the biggest thing. He'd be like, have fun, be safe, and try your hardest. And I'd be like, yeah, for sure.
Dude, as a parent, the biggest thing is if you crash today and you want to try again tomorrow, you ill as fuck. If you fail your test at school today and you want to still go and fucking try to do that fucking subject tomorrow, you ill as fuck. So as a parent, to see your kid fail and want to participate and still want to be the better at it tomorrow, it's self-satisfying. So it's really weird when I watch the money element get involved, because these parents are looking at the ROI. They're looking at the return on their fucking investment. That will never happen. But your investment is your child loving themselves and figuring out shit. So that's my tangent. One more pee. Sorry. Lots of beer today.
What you doing for work right now?
I'm working for this elevator company, Mid-American Hoisting. My brother works in the union in New York City. He's an elevator mechanic. And I was coming back from this winter and I needed a new job. We're going to kind of get to this, I think, rolling into here.
Okay.
But yeah, I work for elevator company, and I load trucks and deliver them.
So
the equipment into
that's why you drive a lot.
Yeah, driving like crazy.
Dang.
But it's good. It's sick. Get paid, you know. Can make enough money to go ski and do it all over again next year. And like that's what I want to do, because it's fucking sick.
Yeah. So,
let's get back into we're at 2018, 19.
So
and
2019, right? Aspen Open just finished. There might have been, let's see. Aspen Open, and then I went to Quebec World Cup, Big Air. I remember going there, getting
Was that the city Big Air where it was like scaffolding beside the highway?
Yeah, dude, we were dropping in and we're level with cars on the highway. It was insane, all the graffiti and stuff. It was dope. Yeah. But you're a skier and you're used to skiing in the mountains, snow around everywhere, and you show up and it's this scaffolding Big Air and there's cars driving next to you and it's just different, but it was super cool. I ended up getting bodied on it. I think I did 2 scaffolding Big Airs, and both of the ones I went to, I got so bodied on.
Yeah, that Quebec event, Ethan, if you can check it out, it was one of the more unique Big Air visuals you've ever seen in life. It was pretty fun to watch that event.
I want to say Lucas Mueller won that one with a Switch 14 blunt.
And you crashed?
I ate shit on a Switch 14.
So were you stoked on Big Air? Or were you more stoked on slope style?
I was way more stoked on slope.
Okay. Because Big Air was always so interesting to me to watch. Maybe
Big Air was sorry, you go.
I was just saying 2016, 17 on. Because it became such almost I was watching kids that I wasn't being you're going to be my new idol. You're just the guy that fucking landed today and didn't die.
Yeah.
And so it's still like that, but it's cool now, I guess, from what I hear, if you get a slope style spot in the Olympics for most countries, you get a Big Air spot. So there hasn't been a big air position for most countries, so you don't have the development of crazy kids trying to kill themselves. But
Yeah.
I don't know. So like that's why I was curious, like what you preferred, because you were
Yeah, I was
very
definitely more
crazy
of a
era.
slope guy. I had like one or two big airs that I did well in, and then like it went to the World Cup. This was from Junior World Championships and Rev Tour, and then you step up into the World Cup level, and you're not even. I was like, holy shit, we're not even hitting jumps on snow. We're hitting these scaffolding jumps, and like they're smaller, and it's just like different environment, and you can't even ski before. You click your boots on, you walk to a parking lot, and you're either hiking upstairs or taking an elevator up
To go straight.
to go hit the jump 5 times before your qualifier. And then you have a 2-run qualifier, and it's just, it's just right into it. But I was definitely more of a slope kid, and I always loved slope, and like that. Like, it's not only like, yeah, you gotta make everything perfect and grab your grabs and go big, but like even like the skiing through the features too. Like when someone like Jossie Wells, dude, he would ride switch through a feature just skiing in between the jumps, and like he made it look so good in between, using his edges properly, and you know
It's a big deal, I think,
it's huge.
because just to see how someone rides, like even like for big air for so long in my life, like just for filming element, right? Like if you watch like my very first movies, like I would have to explain and to my producers, they'd be like, "Man, your heads and tails are too long." Means my in runs and out runs are too long, and I'd have to explain to people, be like, "Yeah, but like after they land, how they ride through that transition is as important as how they take off or how they are in the air and etc. Right? Because we
Yeah,
had to hate people for reverting before transitions for the first 7 years. And if you reverted before transition, you automatically lose. And like just certain elements. So it's I think slopestyle holds that mentality still to this day.
yeah,
Ethan, where we at, man?
Well, probably COVID, right?
yeah.
I still want to know what happens after 18-19 season. Like, dude, you're at the
So
highest level. You fucking succeed. Like, you should be on the team again. What is going on now into the season of 1920? Why would you give a fuck about wanting to be on the team anymore? And my
well,
video.
this is what happened. So end of the 19 winter, I went back to Total Fight to do the last one that they were gonna do. I don't know. I think I got like fifth or something, fifth or sixth, and it was cool because that event they'd also pay out your top 15 dudes.
Damn.
So, or 10 or 15, and like even if you got the last payout, which was 10th or 15th, you'd still make enough money. You'd make like $700 or $1,000, which would basically cover your flight. And that event, you had accommodation, you had food, you had passes. Versus you sign up for a World Cup or you get invited to a World Cup from your country, right? And you're paying $160 for an entry fee, and then you got to pay half off lift tickets, and then if you wanted to coach there, you're then it's you don't.
And this is where we need to big up Grand Valera and Andorra for what they did for Total Fight, what they do for Slush and
Dude,
everything,
like, that's
and even Henrik. Like, yeah, this is a special place. Anyone listening to this podcast, I suggest you book yourself a ticket to Barcelona, take yourself a shuttle 4 hours to Andorra, go visit any of the Grand Valera ski resorts, which are 8 different resorts around the country, and visit Henrik Carlos Snow Park.
That's Sunset Paratol.
Yeah.
It's yeah, that place is beautiful and the culture is amazing. The food's great. People are nice. But
you can still smoke cigarettes in every fucking restaurant.
Yeah. Yeah,
2020.
definitely. They're still smoking cigarettes in bars. I remember at Slush Cup this year, like we went out and people were smoking.
10 o'clock dinner beside the 7-year-old.
Yeah, with the cigarette in your hand. Not
Love it.
me, but people like, people are like holding babies out there.
I know. No one gives a fuck, dude. And you're like, am I eating dinner at 7 o'clock smoking cigs beside kids? This is fucking great.
But yeah, man. Total Fight, went there. I was with my buddy Pete Raish that I was still skiing with. We were like the last two Kerry kids that were still kicking. And my cousin that I told you that went to this Wendell's thing, his name's Ryan Murphy. Shout out Ryan. Grew up with him. He was like my second brother that I didn't have. And he had this crazy motorcycle accident and he couldn't ski anymore. So he was working for his father's business, concrete cutting. And he said, I like hit him up and I'm like, yo, I might be able to hit up Martin and everybody from Total Fight and be like, I have my coach coming and see if you can get a pass and get free accommodation and the food. All you need to do is buy your flight. And they ended up saying, yeah, you can have this coach come and stay. And I said it was for me and my buddy Pete. So we literally just had our buddy come out and be our hype man for this event. And it was so
Because no one else had a coach for that event, right? Like you're probably a weird person to make that request.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of guys. The 2 years that I was there was like maybe half or a quarter of the competitors had a coach.
Really? At Total Fight?
Yeah, at Total Fight. There was probably like, I don't know.
Just so you know, Ethan, that'd be like having a coach at Slush.
Yeah, that's
great. That hurts
cool.
my head.
But like that year, he wasn't. I asked for it to be our coach, but like literally, it was just a.
No, I get your scenario. I get your scenario. That's why I thought you were dope. I was like, yo, you're just getting a homie to come with you. But then I was thinking in my head, I was like, do people really bring a coach and be like, yo, coach, what would be the best?
It would almost be the same thing as like, hey, can I bring my filmer?
Yeah, well, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that would be way
and a coach to tell you what trick to beat that guy with.
Yeah, and like he wasn't doing any of that. He was like, but
anyway. No, I wasn't saying your guy was. It sounded like other people actually had a coach there.
Yeah, writing in the notepad and like telling them this was this guy's run.
Degree of difficulty of Billy was 5.2. You should really step this shit up and go switch.
Yeah. But after that, we were going to go to Bar C for like 3 days. We got an Airbnb and we were going to hang out there. And we're 19. We can party in Europe. We can go out, try and get some chicks. Barcelona, it's insane. And we ended up going to Bar C. We checked into our Airbnb. And me, Pete, and Ryan end up going to one of the coffee shops, and we're chilling in there, and like we're getting all set up for the trip. And I get this text from my mom, and it's like, dude, I open it up, and it's 4 paragraphs, and I'm just like, what's going on? And then I read it, and it's like, family emergency, can't tell you what's going on, but you need to come home tomorrow. We booked your flight. And like that's really all I remember from this message. But it was a huge message. And then it had like all the flight info. And like I called her and I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, there's a family emergency, Ryan. You need to come home. And I was like,
no more information.
No more information. So I'm freaking out.
Fuck, that's a long airplane ride to think.
Fuck yeah, dude. And it was weird because like Ryan changed his flight. Me and Ryan are on the same flight back home. We're from the same town. And I call him my cousin, but it's like it's one of those family friend, we grew up together, so it's just easier to explain sometimes, like, oh, he's my cousin, But not related by any means. So he changes his flight. Pete changes his flight because he's not just going to stay in Barcelona for 2 days, 3 days by himself. I don't know why, but like he changed his flight. He's going back to Utah. That's what I got. So we're in Barcelona airport the next day, and I'm going to fly home, and I see Pete, and he's like kind of like I could see him like kind of getting like worked up and emotional. I can like see it in his face, and I'm like, it's all good, dude. Like, I'm gonna see you this summer, you know, like it's not gonna be that long. Like, I'll see you soon, man. And this was the message I got when my father had passed away. And I didn't know that he was gone yet because my mom told me, and she didn't like, could you imagine her calling me right after, you know, like I'm on the high of my life right now. Like skiing is like, skiing for me, no matter what the result was or like not making the team, like I'm loving it. I feel like this is what makes me feel the best out of anything in the world. Like this is my place. This is what I want to do. This is who I want to be. And dude, I made it. Like I say goodbye to Pete and I see him getting kind of sad. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? And so I started like, obviously before that, like I was texting everybody in the family. The only one that wasn't answering was Dad. But then when I landed in Jersey and I see the text,
wait, so Dad, your friend knew?
My friend knew. So Ryan Murphy, right? We were in, like I said, we were in Barcelona. We go to this store. I get this text. I walk out, and then Murph comes out, and he's on the phone too. And I guess he's like, to his dad, Brent, what's going on? Like, I'm fucking 25. Like, you need to tell me what's going on.
Yeah.
And he told him. And apparently when he told him, I come out of this store and I look at him and he's like, gotta go, and just hangs up. And he just got the news. So he told Pete. Pete ended up changing his flight. Pete's coming to Jersey. Pete was coming to Jersey because I guess once it happened, like my mom did call some people, and like all my friends from that main Kerry Miller squad, they all like got in contact with each other and rounded up and were like, we're going to go meet Ryan at home.
Dope.
For when he gets back. So I get back and dude, it's a 45, 50-minute drive from Newark Airport to my house. And I am 10 minutes away. I'm at the exit off of 78, and I'm getting this weird call from the guy who managed Big Boulder Parks. And I'm like, this is weird. So for some stupid ass reason, dude, I answered this phone call and I said, so-and-so, I'm on my way home right now. I'm traveling from Europe. I have no clue what's going on. And then he like starts to say something. I'm like, listen, I'm traveling home right now. I'm not even home. I have no clue what's going on. I'm going home. There's a family emergency. And then the guy proceeds to go, I'm so sorry for your loss. And I'm like, what do you mean, dude? I don't know what's going on. And he's like, I'm sorry about John. And I'm in a taxi, dude, with Ryan because nobody could come pick us up because my mom knew when I get to the airport and someone from the family, what's going on? What's going on? You think I'm going to wait 45 more minutes to hear this terrible news? Like what, you know?
Why is this guy calling you? Like,
dude, because he found out through somebody somehow.
So is he your friend?
He's like he managed the Big Boulder Park team.
Okay, so it's a friend that's calling to say I'm sorry.
Yes, it was a friend that was calling to say I'm sorry, but like I explained to him, like, dude, don't spill the beans. Like, I don't know what's going on. And then that happens, and then I'm like, I'm freaking out. And then we pull up to my house, and there's fucking 25 cars in the driveway, and I'm like, I see my brother walk out of the garage with his glasses on, and he's like, he comes and gets me, and like I'm like crying hysterically, and I'm just like, what the fuck, you know, why? what the fuck? And I walk back and everybody's there. I walk through my garage to my patio. And my mom sits me down and she's like, Dad's gone. He's not with us. And I was like, what happened, dude? Like, I was like, what the fuck? What happened? And she like could barely say it. And he hung himself in our shed, which is super fucked. But, you know, it's part of life, you know? So after all that, dude, it hit me. It was like I said, call my dad every day, best friend, number one fan. Didn't want anything but the best for everybody. And I was at home for about a month and like I'm just like, Dad's gone. Don't need to hide like smoking weed anymore or like drinking beer.
In retrospect, now you've had 5 years. In retrospect, like did as someone who talked to your dad every day, did you ever see anything coming?
Dude,
did anyone?
No.
Okay.
Nobody, dude. It caught us all completely off guard. Like never even a thought in the world.
Crazy.
I thought like I used to be a kid and I would get like kind of scared of like one of my parents getting cancer or like one of my parents, like dad drove a lot and like dying in a car crash. Like I don't know why, but I'd like think about that. And like when I was a kid, I would like think to myself like that would be the worst thing ever is like losing one of your parents. But so I was home for about a month and I'm like, I'm not doing well. Obviously, like it's very hard to process. And dude, I was being a bum and I'm like sitting at home and I'm all down in my dumps, sitting in my room and I'm just smoking weed, doing nothing. And my mom comes up to me one day when we were with Mrs. Murphy, Ryan's mom, family friends since I was 3 years old. My mom and his mom ran this like bunko thing and they met at the church or some shit. And like they met and they're like, oh, I need to go to the car for a quick drink. I got a cooler with wine. And his mom was like, well, I got a cooler with Coors, and boom, best friends. But yeah, so I go over and I'm hanging out with them and they're like, so you're ready to start work Monday? And I'm like, yeah, what else? What else is going on? Like, I'm not doing anything. I'm 19. This all just happened. I'm not being productive in any way. So I started cutting concrete because they had the business that they're a construction company that cut concrete. And I did that for 4 summers. And I worked my way up and like I started here and I made I was getting raises each summer and I maxed it out. I got to a point where I was like, all right, well, I can't, I know I'm not going to be able to make more in this. And if I want to keep skiing, which I was, but I'm sorry, I'm jumping further ahead. But
so you get into this. You're in your depression. Your family friends snap you out of it. Say, hey, let's get something done. You're not going to do shit by just sitting here.
Yeah.
You fucking get active. You're dope enough to be conscious enough that you know you need to move, and life's not over for you. So you continue because people care about you, and you do all this. But now, and you say you do it for 4 summers. Are you going through this first summer thinking you're going to ski next winter in 1920?
No, I didn't. I didn't think I was going to ski. Like I didn't really know what to think, dude. Like I didn't know. I was just going with the flow, and like I thought, like I need to be here with my mom and my brother, and like be with my family, and kind of like make sure everything's all good. But this is coming from a 19-year-old that like, what am I really gonna do? Like this is my first job. I can't pay the bills on the house. I can't. I had no clue. So I started working, and my mom pushed me, and she's like, I really want you to not give this up. This would be the last thing. At the end of the summer, it was the end of August, and she's like, so what's going on? Like, what are you gonna do? And I'm like, I already knew. I'm like, not that this should have brought me down, but like, I knew competing was gonna be rough for me. I'd wake up
Before
in
your
the morning,
dad passed, it was already going to be rough.
dude. It was sorry.
Before your father passed, it was already going to be rough, right?
Yeah, it was
Like, if you were
already going to be rough.
You're already
It was
looking at
already
it like,
tough,
oh,
right? Like, thought I made myself a spot or whatever it was. Like, thought I like had I'm blanking on the word, like clarity, or like, like thought I made a point almost a little bit for myself in the ski industry, to where maybe I'll get some sponsors with some contracts, or maybe I could start filming and doing something a little different. But I knew, like, mom was like, you wouldn't want this. You got to go. You got to do one more trip, because I was literally about to just hang it up. I was so bummed. I was heartbroken,
yeah. And it would have been the worst time ever. Your mom was so right, because if you would have, like, that's like having two things pass away at the same time, Like,
Yeah.
and one was not you, and the other one was you. So as a parent looking at that, like, yo, you didn't, like, you're still alive, man. You still fucking kill it. You still have fun. You were having fun when I sent you that text in Barcelona. Like, because that it's so important, like, to be happy every day. And if you find it, whether at 19, still need to have that at 25, 45, whatever. So it's like the most important lesson, where you don't stop your life because of some other struggle.
Yeah. And like, that's it. Like, you got to push through the hard things, because if you don't, everybody's
There's no
got
purpose.
crazy stuff in their life, and you would never think about it. But like, especially after that, like, dude, I used to be young. I used to say stupid things, and like, you don't know how it affects somebody. And I don't want to be like, soft or anything, but it's like, you don't know. You don't know people's background. You got to watch what you say. Like,
Yeah. No, everybody's different, man. Everyone goes through
but
a
that's
different
also
thing.
just growing up. You learn a little more. You try and be better. But
Looking back,
yeah,
do you wish you had found out before the flight?
I've never thought of that.
Because I just know me, I like, if I get a text like, we gotta talk later, I call him right away. It's like, no, we're talking right.
Yeah,
we're talking
I can't do
right
that.
now. We're talking right now.
That's like, that was me. Like, yeah, I wanted to know, but like,
Yeah,
at this point, like, it was fully up to my mother, and
true.
this
Yeah,
is how she decided to do it and bring it to me. Because I think if she did tell me when I was out there in Europe and in an airport, and then I had to get on an 8-hour flight home.
yeah. She needed you, like, functional and like, okay, I can get on a plane, I can get on a taxi, like you.
Yeah, because 19, man, is so fucking gnarly young. That's like baby shit.
Yeah,
Your dad is still your daddy.
yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
yeah.
That's
And
crazy.
like, yeah, it still is, you learn to live with it.
Yeah, that is really, really.
It doesn't get better. You just learn how to live with it.
Yeah.
What's your long-term repercussions? Do you have anything, or do you find more happiness in life because of that, or do you still struggle with the concept of what happened?
I still struggle with the concept that, like, how it happened, but it's mainly like, dude, I'd come home and like, I'd go to do something, because dude, he was a man of all trades, hard worker, best work ethic ever. Like, Nobody could outwork this guy. He was insane. And like I'd be doing something, I gotta put new shutters on the house, or I gotta power wash the house and like the patio because and like anything I ever found to like go do, like man of all trades, I got all the tools in my garage, I got all the things I need, but I'd go to do something and like couldn't find it or don't know how to do it yet, and then I get so hard on myself and be like, well, you fucking idiot, like dad was so good at this, why don't you? And then I'd get like sad and I'm like, well, I can't even ask him, and like wish I could just talk.
So I gotta ask you, like what, like, because you'll always be in the search, because like I try to find it right myself, like what, and I kind of know it. Like my purpose is no way I get a chance to breathe this breath, so I'm going to always appreciate it and never take away my breath. But like when you look at it, like, because you have to look at whatever struggle he went through. Like, what do you really think it was if like he was such a loving and giving person? Right? Because like sometimes when you give so much or make people laugh so much, you hide the most. But like as a 25-year-old man now, and you don't have to answer this, we could totally cut it out, whatever. It's more of me personally asking you this because I'm interested always in like this kind of shit. But like what do you think, man? What do you think was so hard when you have such a loving person? Did you ever figure it out, or is it totally a secret, you think?
It's not totally a secret, but the theory that I have found to believe in after the autopsy and everything, right? The doctor said that his heart was twice the size. It was inflamed twice the size it normally should be.
Okay.
Right? And they could tell that it was like this before the death. Before,
Yeah.
Because I don't know how that all works. I ain't a doctor,
Yeah.
but they said it was like that. Goes back to it. Apparently there were some heart issues and health issues from my father's side. And his heart was it was enlarged twice the size it normally should have been. So if your heart isn't pumping blood to here, and you're not getting enough blood up here, you're
not thinking normal.
You're not thinking normal.
So but that was never found previous. They only found that in the autopsy. He never had like a doctor.
And then one thing that happened, apparently, the guy Henry that he worked with at the post office, apparently one day he told mom this after the whole, like, we had like a ceremony of life. It wasn't like a proper, anyways, we had like a little thing for him, and he told my mom that one day he found my dad like passed out underneath the cars or some shit, underneath one of the trucks. And then the other guy that he worked with, Will, that he did all the side jobs with, he would always, like, I guess there was one time where he said, like, like to him, like, yeah, I would never want to just, like, I don't want to be a burden on my family.
So is he a tough guy that just didn't go to the doctor? Like, you know how, like, in skiing,
no, but he did go to the doctor because mom would make him because she's in that side, Because
in skiing, we have such a high pain tolerance, right? Like everyone that you surround yourself by, something hurts every single day, and you hope that it's not the worst. And then until you can't ski, that's when you go to the doctor. So it's really fun to take the skiing element into the normal man idea. Because the normal man idea, they preach so much, like, you're over 45, Mr. Man that has health insurance. You should really go to the doctor.
Yeah, and
I'm like, I don't want to go to the doctor. I don't want to know what's wrong with me. I know I'm okay today. Fuck. I'm 40. I'm 45.
But like he definitely was like that. Like I remember going, like, for example, once, like, he went to the dentist and like his appointment was at 4:00 and he's there at 4:45, still waiting in the waiting room, and he just got up and walked out of the dentist. And like the dentist ended up calling.
Word, dude, I'm fucking over it. They want to do skin grafts on my fucking gums, and then I got to go through 3 different fucking processes. And now maybe next year I can, after 3 different more meetings, I can pay $10,000.
Yeah,
you know
and
what
like
I'm gonna do? I'm gonna eat softer foods.
yeah, and my dad, dude, he wasn't a big drinker. He never smoked. Like, pretty like straight edge, healthy guy. Like that's what I always thought. Besides him, like how much he actually worked in manual labor, like that was probably the most unhealthy thing for him. You know?
Yeah. Well, it's amazing, man. Like that. Hopefully, you're still doing okay. And your mom. It sounds like your mom is strong through it.
Dude, my mom is an absolute beast of a lady.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
She is insane, and like how strong she was through this whole thing, and like, dude, big ups to mom, and like she's the glue keeping his family together. And dad was definitely like the glue, you know? Dad was the man.
Yeah.
And since he's not here, you know, she's been doing that. And like there's been rough patches, like your family goes through stuff. My brother had some personal things that he went through after this, and like I get bummed, but like I get the thing with this too, like I get so worried, like now that I am this age, and like I started working after it all happened, and I got a taste of money and like what it is like to how it is to make money and all that stuff. And it's like I end up stressing myself out now over, do I just like, I don't want to stop skiing, but I might like have to stop skiing to like, you know, to just get a normal job, because every time
once you start to think about what you're supposed to do. But you have to remember your dad gave you the privilege of what makes you find your happiness. Okay, so you have to look at what gift your father gave you. Your father said, hey, happiness is number 1. And now at a young age, you got to find that opportunity of making money at a decent job, right? Someone said, yo, get your shit together. Here's an opportunity for you. And you're still young as fuck. So this is my advice for you is make sure you can wake up tomorrow healthy and happy. And nothing else fucking matters.
That is the biggest thing.
Because like if you're balancing it, you're like, should I ski or should I fucking do concrete in New Jersey?
But that's I know I want to ski, Iberg. Like I want to ski. I want to be in the scene. And like I know, dude. Like not trying to sound cocky by any means, but I know, dude. I have the fucking potential to do it. Like if I can, like. If I can get a little bit, like I ride for one company. That's gibberish. Yeah, I've been on Flow for Vocal for 11 years. Like I've gotten told left, right, and center, like, yeah, we're going to wire transfer you money. Oh, you're going to get a contract this year. And then it's just like, and like, I haven't just switched up because like, dude, I'm a loyal person, you know? Like it's not like I hate the product and it sucks or like I can't get enough of it, but like I'm at that age too where I come home, I'm grinding all summer so I can come and do what I love and do what makes me happy.
And shit's expensive. Big up dads for making that shit happen, because now as an adult and making it happen for yourself, it's a whole different vibe.
And where I got that turn, dude, was when after that last World Cup in 2020, it was December. I want to say it was December 2022. Let me look. I gotta look at the Instagram.
Okay, hey, wait. I want to stop because we were at 20. I don't want to get into the Olympic year of 21, 22 because I still want to do the process of 2021 because I find it interesting where you're at.
Totally cool. I'm gonna grab another beer if that's all right.
It's 2020 right now.
Do your thing. All right, I was just
and
saying.
and sorry, it started off like back and forth, and I was all over the place.
No, you're good. You're good. Trust me.
Dude, we're all over the place.
First podcast, I'm a noob to this, and like
You're
I've never
good.
done anything like this, and I'm, you know.
No, you're
But-
good. You're good. You're
This
sharing-
is how we do it. Life is all over the place.
Yeah, you're sharing.
Yeah, and I
sharing
really
a heartfelt
appreciate
story.
the opportunity to talk with you guys, and it's super sick, and I love what you guys are doing, and
We love having you,
it
dude.
just sucks because what I grew up seeing and like believing, like, oh, like look at Shawnee J, like I want to go do that. By the time I got there, it was nothing like that.
But that's why
they
it's important to share
created
this
some.
shit.
But something fun I want to say about those step guys, like they really made it dark, man. If you watch those videos, you understand that that's not a future. You're watching them get injured in every video. And the funnest part is they were foreshadowing that they need to do something else in the future. So when you got to that point in 2021, none of those dudes were doing the sport anymore.
Yeah.
You know, like where it's different, where if you're watching Phil and Henrik in 2021 compared to 2012, you'd be like, holy shit, they're still dominating. So, like, your influences were the most extreme dudes I ever watched in the sport.
And like that era of skiing was just like, dude, it was so sick.
Well, dude, those guys were sick. Like, I could only watch their movies once. So, if these are your biggest influences, like every other movie, I'd be like, man, this is so dope. This is skiing. When I watched these guys' movie, I was like, holy fuck, they're still alive today. Give thanks. And that's how I ended every step movie.
Yeah, they were gnarly, man. Full camber skis, like just doing the craziest like wall rides, and like, dude, they were skiing on like boards.
He's going fast.
Really fast.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, think about the quotes from the highlights, you know? Like, that's like everything. Dude, I remember one movie over half the guys, like, got taken out for the season. I forgot. Like, it was 2012 movie, I think. And that's just
I actually have Shawnee J gave me the list of all the step movies they've ever created, and I have a link, like a notes thing of all 12 of their movies.
Well, wicked.
Which is super cool. Like, I remember one day I saw him at Copper, and like he was coaching kids at Vail, and I'm like, yo, dude, like, just gotta say, like, I watched that shit so much as a kid, and all, like, I thought it was the sickest shit, and he's like, yeah, dude, you gotta take this. And
I just want to say they are such a huge influence on our sport, man. Like what they brought, but it was like it's super scary as a kid because they didn't give you the vision of longevity. And so, like, as an older person that watched it, I did not appreciate that, but I appreciated their hustle. I love their skiing and everything, but I was just like, and that was why I only could watch it once as an old person. Because I was like,
dude,
yo,
looking at it from my age, like seeing them, like they had all the dope companies sponsoring them, like they were on Monster, they were on Rockstar, like Under Armour, K2 hooked up the full team, like they had like so many sponsors, and like they were getting paid to ski for like doing what they were did.
Dude, Clayton had like hot like monster chicks like setting up a rail.
Yeah, they were like twerking on the rail while he was hitting it. Like, I want to do that.
Word up. Everything about their crew was ill. Like, so like to me, I just want to say that whole crew, like, that's the biggest East Coast motivational crew for our sport that's ever existed. Like, there's nothing doper East Coast than step.
Yeah,
Nothing.
fully.
All right, we got 45 minutes left before we gotta wrap it up.
Ethan is in charge because I can tangent and talk skiing for 12 hours.
8 hours. I'm unlimited. I'm on a fucking van generator right now with Starlink, so I want to make sure we're safe to get this thing all processed. And
I'm in Quebec by myself with no family.
Let's do this shit, all right?
Yeah.
So, obviously, the worst thing that's ever, at this point in the story, the worst thing that's ever happened to you has happened to you. You're disillusioned with the U.S. ski team. You're working your ass off, basically, because you got nothing else to do. where do you take it from here? How do you realign yourself? Because I feel like I didn't know you before any of this stuff happened, but the person I see now is like you're fully on your own path, and I feel like that's like this isn't a story about you failing to make it to the U.S. ski team. This is a story of you
This is
pivoting.
my life.
Yeah, this is the story
Like,
of
I
you.
kind of gave you my life story from when I started skiing, and like I started talking to you guys in the beginning. I'm like, oh, USA, and I'm like, this sounds stupid as hell. Why am I telling them about this? Because like I
It's
am
important.
thinking of it
Yeah.
over this whole thing. But
It's
so
important. So this is the pivot that's important for where you're at today. So I
this is a
wanna
huge pivot point to
Exactly.
like where it's leaded me these last 5-6 years.
exactly.
And so I didn't know if I wanted to go skiing, and Mom's like, you need to go. You need to go. That crew of 5, remember, it was Pod with the 4 of us that were in World Cups. I feel shitty saying this, but I know it's the truth. And we had a crew of 5. 4 of us were in World Cups. Pod was in a Rev Tour. TJ ended up staying with Pod, one kid, at a Rev Tour when he had 4 guys that were on the World Cup circuit. 3 guys, 1 woman.
Yeah, but one guy paid him to be with him, right?
Exactly. And that's like when TJ, like I have nothing against TJ, still love TJ, still respect TJ. Hey, if I was in TJ's shoes, I probably would have done the same thing.
But like, why? Just out of curiosity, so I understand, because I only understand TJ got the dopest fucking private coaching job of history.
All time. He's going to be cashed out.
And so my question is, like, what was his deal like as you guys as coach? Were you guys like togetherly paying him to be a coach, or how did he work with you guys?
Yeah, so the way that we did it the first year, it was all 5 of us chipping together to get him this lump sum that he wants for the year, where he is like, you know, he can be, you know, and be himself and support.
So you guys are all from the United States of America, or
besides one, Margot Hackett was a Kiwi French girl.
okay, I remember this girl's name. So so he had his own private World Cup team.
Yeah, pretty much. And this was all through Brad Prosser. Like Brad Prosser hooked him with this job because Brad started coaching us, and then like he got Nick, and then Nick was like Brad's like big ride where he could sit on Nick's back, and he's like, well, I'm going to X Games and Do Tour and all these World Cups with Nick, you know?
Okay.
It's like, yeah, good move, you know, like, yeah, you know, you worked that one out well, but then he got the job from China, and he's like, I can't turn it down. This is going to set me up for life. And it's like, okay, he goes, he gets us TJ. TJ moves in. We're all about to go to a World Cup in Sizeram. And he couldn't go because he wanted to stay back with one kid, Pod. No offense to either of them. Respect both of them fully.
But to put in perspective,
but he
stayed back. That one person had to pay him a salary to take over your salary.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. But the thing that got me bummed out is because when the 5 of us joined this private thing and got passed on from Brad to TJ, he said, we're going to do this as a team. We are one team. We're all in it together. One of the second or third World Cups, he bails and he goes with Pod to a Rev Tour, and he's got 4 guys. So he hits up Joe Schuster. And Joe Schuster comes out to, I think he ended up telling us this, and I was like, you know what? At this point, like, I'm not going to pay another coach to come out. So I think Margot ended up getting Joe because Margot wanted to coach with her. And me and Pete and like Tim Ryan was there at this World Cup. We were like, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to ride this one out. Like,
are you guys the last World Cup kids not on a national team? Or is there?
I don't want to claim it because I don't want to, you know, but like, I want to say pretty much, dude, it was pretty cool in that aspect because we were like, dude, we were the we were the rejects. We were like the underdogs that like it almost felt like got looked past because we weren't right of the whole thing.
Yeah, it sounds like because it doesn't exist anymore, right? Like there's no
Yeah.
kids on World Cups that are not on a World Cup team in 2025.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Okay,
Parents
so you
gotta
probably
donate to
are
that
the
team.
last
If you want to get on the
generation.
US team, go to Gold Camp and have your parents donate to airbags and shit like that because you'll get right on there.
So you are the last generation of kids that create an opportunity for World Cup before. Like, there's no way you're getting on a World Cup not in 2025, 26, unless you're on the national team.
I mean, I guess technically it could happen, but there's no way that the national team would let you pass that at this point in age, at this day and age.
Yeah.
You
crazy.
could, but like they would never bat an eye because.
So TJ says he's going to go coach a Rev Tour.
TJ's
so you
going to
lose your coach for your team, and you go to this event with no coach.
Yeah, so Margot, this was the year, God, I'm going to look at this I got to look at this because I'm sorry about this too, but this is not an excuse or anything, but like I feel like ever since this trauma that I had with my father, I noticed like, dude, I used to be able to tell you the day, the time, the event, and I found ever since that happened, like, it's hard for me to remember and dial in on that exact
memory.
time.
So since the day my first child was born, I can't tell you a day or time. But previous to May 3rd, 2013, I can tell you every day, second, minute, year of my life. So just big moments change our lives.
So I think, this was 2020 or yeah, 2020 was the year right after. And like I ended up going to the year that TJ was still my coach, he had Joe fill in for one event, right? And then Margot ended up liking him. So the next year she had him as a private coach. And the year after that, I was like, you know what? I'm done with the coach. Like I can't do this anymore. And I didn't want my mom just like, spending more money and like to have a coach to like come around and tell me things that I know I need to do,
Yep.
So I ended up it was 2020. I go to Stubai, and me and Pete, we were gonna do like this is when I was about to like again, like I was like thinking like I'm done, and I go out and I do this like trip. We were gonna go out there, ski the public park at Stubai for 2 weeks before while Prime Park was going on. Because if you want to go to Prime Park, you got to pay $1,500 for 7 days to hit
Damn.
big jumps. And like, yeah, the jump is sick, it's dope. But this is also second lockdown's about to happen in Austria.
Okay.
So we go out there planning. We're on a 2-week trip, where it was a 3-week trip. We were going to stay till the World Cup because we knew the system by this point. We're going to be out there. We're going to go ski the World Cup course, which is technically the pro line at Stubai Zoo. Then they got Prime Park, crazy big jumps. And we're going to go there. We're going to do our shit. We're going to ski. We're going to like kind of try and suss out a run or like, we get into the event. We stay through that, and then all of a sudden they're doing 2 more weeks of Prime Park because they had 3 weeks of Prime Park. The event happens, they put it on hold, and then they do 2 more weeks. They did 5 sessions at this time. So they ended up throwing some deal where you can do the 2 session 4 and 5 for like, it'd be like, I don't know, you'd maybe get like $500 off or something off the second session. So Joe was like, yo, you boys, like, you guys look hungry and you're down to ski and you just did this contest and like you're having a good time out here. Like, dude, we were skiing, we were driving down to Innsbruck, we were skating, we were hanging out with chicks, like having the time of our life. It was sick. And I'm just like, this place is awesome. And I remember sitting with Joe Schuster down at the river, and he's like at the inn at Sun and Deck where all those college students hang out, and there's beautiful girls passing by you every second, and you're like looking at North Chain, and it's just like, this is insane. And he goes to me and Pete, he's like, you guys could ever see yourself living here for a winter? And ever since then, I was like, I want to do that. Like, I need to do that. So, I did this trip, and we ended up doing the last 2 weeks of Prime, and it was the most insane 2 weeks of skiing in my life, because when I went back that next year after my father in the World Cups, I had no confidence. I shut myself down. Like, I was down on myself. I didn't have the confidence. Like, I was in and out of like not having a coach, because I was like, oh, I don't want to put this pressure on my mom to get a coach, and like, it's me and my mom now. I'm like, what am I doing? And I would freak out. And like, I remember at one of the comps in Font Romeu, like I was literally throwing up going up the lift because I was so like nervous and scared and like didn't know what was going on. And like, I would never be like that, but we did the session, and like I had the craziest week of my life, 2 weeks of my life, and like doing stuff that I would never even think of on skis. Like, I did some stuff for myself, not like that nobody's ever done it before, but like me personally, like, oh yeah, go do 2 triples back to back on a jump. I'd be like, haha, yeah, right. I did my first dub 10, and I was like, I will never do a triple. That's what I told myself. A year later, I did one. Double fucking knee grab, but you know what? Did it and like proceeded and got better with it. But dude, I that was the year I did like switch. I did switch trip 14 to forward, or no, switch trip 12 to forward trip 14 in a line, and I'm pretty like I'm 99%, dude. I don't think anybody's done those 2 tricks in a line back to back, which was sweet. And like, it just like, you know that feeling when you do something crazy and like you do an insane trick, or you land a dope run, or you get that clip and you're like,
fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah. Like, and it like, I proved to myself, and I was like, like Dad was always that second like hand to, like, just like, I'd finish my day, I'd call him, I'd let him know, we'd chat, we were boys, like, do the things. And like, I felt like I didn't have that, and I didn't have the confidence in myself, because he'd always give me that extra confidence. And I like realized that I'm like, you know what, dude, I can still do this and be like, enjoy this, like really enjoy it, and not just enjoy it for what I wanted to do, like be that World Cup skier, get into X Games, most likely. Like, I was thinking, like, I want to go to the Olympics, but shit takes turns sometimes, and you gotta keep going, or like keep doing your thing. And like, it was insane. And after that, I think that year was the year that we filmed for Strictly. And
so that's 2021.
2021. Yep, 2021 was when, and that was the last year. 2021, 2022 is like my last World Cup. I did the World Cup at Copper. And then I, like, after that, I was doing this thing. Like, I got this opportunity 2021 because I was 21. I got this opportunity to do the Sam Adams Big Air Tour. And it's like, you go out, and it was like five snowboarders, five skiers. Scotty Lego was like the head snowboarder on this tour, Tim Humphreys. And they would go around. It was basically a thing to promote their beer, Samuel Adams Boston Lager, and like Twisted Tea, and whoever was under the umbrella, Dogfish Head IPAs, and they would pay us. Instead of going to a World Cup and spending all this money, I could get paid almost $2,000. They fly you out on a Thursday. You ski Friday, Saturday, get to ski the park. They build you a nice jump, or not a nice jump, kind of sketchy like jump at the bottom of these resorts. They put a 3D light projector on it, and you'd drink beers with the boys and go have fun and like do these things. And I would make money from this, where also I'm not that it's not about the money, but at this point in my life, like it really helps. And
I'm gonna say
it
right
really
now,
matters. And like, dude, it's not about like money isn't everything. You need to be happy. You need to be stoked on what you're doing, and you need money to live. You need it, but
my thing I want to bring up here on that your story is, you guys are these performers like Circus Olay, and so like your whole idea is you make the crowd go, wow, whether that's a backflip under the chairlift, whether that's the US Open on President's Weekend with 10,000 people. And so like, if you really look at like, hey, how can I entertain people at these luxury resorts? Because we're at a luxury resort every day because it's expensive to go there. That's the outlet. Because we always entertain through movies. We entertain through contests we create. We entertain. So we're entertainers. We're not athletes.
But it was being at a World Cup and there's nobody there.
That's what I'm saying. The only people that are there are judges, coaches, parents, and agents it's worth it for the agent. And it's not mostly unless it's a big enough event. So, and then the agent's taking money from someone that only makes $5,000 a year, and then they're already taking $1,000 after taxes, and then they're a fucking asshole to be an agent to a World Cup skier. So, yeah, I have no good things to say about World Cup, but I think the biggest thing kids can learn by listening to this and what you just said is you're entertainers. How can you take the art and what you do and that you love and your passion? It's an athletic art, so and then go entertain people, because everyone wants to say ooh and ah. And if you party with them, well, they say ooh and ah, I promise you'll make the most money you'll ever make. Because it's not about money, but it's being able to do it tomorrow. And in order to do it tomorrow, you have to make some money because you got to eat, you got to live.
That's it.
So,
all right. So was the 2022 Olympic cycle that the point where you're just like, all right, fuck the Olympics. I'm done chasing this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's no.
How do you figure it out? Like, what was your final thing where you're like, yo, fuck this? Could you not make it? Did you not get invited to a World Cup? Could you not get the points?
No, dude, I was still getting invites. I was just over all the bullshit too. And like, you'd go to an event, you'd go to a Prime Park, and like, think about it. How many kids are there that are actually paying out of pocket for this shit? You're paying $1,500 out of pocket for the week, and that's just to get access to the park. And
there's 150 kids there?
No, there's fucking 15 coaches standing in the fence at the top of the drop-in to hold their kid's hand to be like, you got this, 16, or like whatever it is. It's just like, I would be at the top and I'd be getting pissed. I'm like, get the fuck out of the way.
It looks weird as fuck when I watch the video.
Dude, it's terrible. And like on the knuckle, it's just like everybody with an iPad. It's just like, well, even if this red, they got 5 reds on the 2 jumps, filming you and putting it into a folder and organizing you. You can't even use the clip to put it in something because you got 20 people on the knuckle.
No, it's just for a review that night.
But and like I got fed up with it. I was just like, I was over it, dude. It came to a point where I'm like, I'm over it. And like also like I don't want to go do the shit that some of these kids are doing. And that's totally okay because I can try and go another avenue about it, like another way. Like you're always talking about B-Dog and Henrik and like, you can do that. Like, and that's what I really want to do. Like I'm trying I got the opportunity to go out with OSAP this year in Kansas City after the gibberish trip. After that Midwest director's cut, dude went to Buck Hill.
Well, let's go back though. Let's just go back because you sped towards the very end to this year, and we gotta look at like this is a huge transition for you. This is your biggest transition of your whole life.
Yeah, you spent like
your whole life was going for the Olympics and being on.
Yeah, 20 years chasing the dream,
and now all of a sudden, like, yo, it's over. Like, what is it? So it's got to be a big deal for you to say, okay, I'm not going to go to the Olympics, and then it's got to be a humongous deal for you to soul search.
Nah, at that point, it's like a breakup that you've been waiting for a while. You're just like,
but where do you go?
It's
the hot chick you
hard
get
for me to do that, like to like finally like pull away from it and just be like, you know what, I'm done. But I really, at some point, it's like, what are you doing? Like,
there's just too much. There's too much crap involved with it. It's just like
you're not on the team. You're paying all this money to go everywhere.
How much money do you think you're all in on the Olympic dream?
Dude, I don't even want to say.
No, say it because this is the reality. This is the reality of chasing the dream.
Like, it is a way like it's a lot.
How much? How much
just put it in perspective. You can add it up, Ethan. Like we talking Waterville since fucking 8th grade.
Well, I don't know the education. I don't know how much I include that in the mix because that's like
you have to. That's part of the fucking process.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
That adds a huge chunk. Then that's
little.
Dude, it's gotta be over 200.
Quarter mil on the dream.
Yeah, maybe a $250,000. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's good to share these numbers because
that makes me feel so bad saying that, dude.
No, it shouldn't make you feel so bad because think about how many people spend $250,000 on living life, on paying their bills, on fucking doing whatever.
But like, should I be bummed because like I didn't make it to that point?
It's not your life is not about the payout to get the return on the investment. The fucking investment that your father put into you was to seeing you work harder, to see you be happy, and fucking put more in for what he put into you. Then the investment for yourself as an adult is the idea, did this make me happy? And if I have nothing today because I spent everything, was today the best day of my life? Fuck yeah, it was, because I woke up tomorrow. You know what I mean? So like, no, it shouldn't make you feel bad because you're still alive, you're healthy, and you know what? You can do whatever the fuck you want when you wake up tomorrow.
And you learned a shit ton. People spend that much on dental school. You want to spend that much and be in dental school?
I'm just saying, don't be bummed because you appreciate it. The kids that should be bummed that are listening to this that don't appreciate what their parents put into them.
Yeah.
And the ones that think they're a failure when they invest in themselves. So, and I don't think I heard either of those two things from you. So just want to make that loud and clear to kids because every kid that's listening to this was born with opportunity. So understand how dope that is.
It's the reality of it. This Olympic dream's expensive.
Fuck
yeah, it's wicked expensive and it's a crazy path. And like, if you guys like, the biggest thing I could say to a kid that's like in that like 14, you're 14, you could sign up for fists, and like if you want to do it, go for it, man, but like you got to be all in. Like just that's it. That's exactly what my dad always said. He's like, dude, put in 100% effort, have fun, and like you don't want to regret it. You want to go for it.
And how many?
No,
kids,
and that's why
how
he
many
supported
kids
you
go to
because
Windell's?
you
How many
showed
kids go to
every
Windell's
year.
and just fucking and they just piss it
Dude,
away? They go to.
It's insane.
There's so many academy kids that just piss it away. They're like, oh yeah, I did the academy thing. Whatever, I'm done skiing.
But those parents can justify it too then because they're like, at least my kid got educated and got into a university. So it's like it's a really weird world we live in because there's so many kids
where like money's not a thing to their parents,
No.
It's just
So their parents don't give a fuck if if their parents were spending $35,000 a year for their kid to go to Waterville, 9 through 12 years old, 9 through 12th grade, that means they got a peace of mind without having to think about what to feed them, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
So
All they did was to pay for their fucking kid to not be part of their life.
expensive babysitter.
Yeah, it's not like that impressive. They're not like, dude, it's not like, oh, I believe in my kid, he'll go to the Olympics. It's like, oh, that sounds like a fun, really long summer camp for my fucking kid.
Yeah.
That's the majority of these richest kids, man.
All right, we gotta bring this home. We got 20 minutes. I wanna
Bring it home.
I want to solidify it because,
dude, we haven't even gotten. I feel like we haven't even gotten to the. Yeah, I'm sorry it's taken so long.
no, you're good because we showed the reality of what it's actually like chasing a dream and accepting the fact that at a certain point you got to turn a corner. And I feel like a lot of your success, like I didn't even know about you until you turned that corner. So there's so many.
But I'm not done either.
Exactly, you ain't done at all.
I'm not done.
But that's why you're on the show, right? Because Ethan's seen what you've done in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
2 years. And so, yeah, like you're not done. You're just beginning. But the story is super important because it's your influential years where you were focused on something. Maybe you didn't see all the different opportunities. And now you see the opportunities in the last 3 years. So Ethan, take over.
Yeah, you didn't see all the there were so many alternatives along the way, and you didn't make a wrong decision or a right decision at any point. You just made the decision you made because that's where you're chasing. But there are other options. So now that you've left that path, I want you to describe to the kids what else was out there waiting for you, because I feel like there's people that would have followed your path, given up, and then been like, well, shit, there's nothing left for me in skiing now because
let me send out my retirement.
Yeah,
fucking press release.
And like that's, dude, like that's.
So what was waiting? So what was waiting for you? What was waiting for you after you left?
Well, yeah, I got the opportunity to finally go do that. That's like go ski with the Strictly crew. I got to go film for my first time on like a legit level that's kind of, it was outside of the park, first street trip, like fully got thrown into it, dude. It was crazy. They would bring me to spots and they'd be like, oh, what do you think of this? And I'm like, looks terrifying. They're like, perfect, we're going to start building.
Never did street before?
I maybe hit like 5 street spots, but they were all like, a down rail or like that U-Bowl that's outside of Heber in Utah with the
so 100% new sport for you.
Dude, yeah, crazy. But like I was so stoked and like everything about it. Traveling around with the like Seamus Flanagan, Sam Zahner, Calvin, fucking Pete. Mike Coppola was a huge inspo too. He was like one of the Mole Squad boys. And Mike and Sam back in the day, like I'd see him at Creek, I'd see him at Boulder, and then out in Colorado, like they were a huge inspo too. And like actually, like I said, they asked me for a couple years when I was still competing. They're like, I think the 2 movies before Delete, they wanted me to come film with them, and I was just like, I don't know, I'm so down, but I'm so scared of like going out there trying to like get some clips and then break myself
It was the
off.
opportunity cost of being in a competition. Anytime you make a
Yeah.
decision to do one thing, you're giving up the opportunity to do another. So yeah,
And I wish I would have done it. Now that I look back at it, like I should have fully sent that as soon as I had the opportunity. But I can do it now, and like I did that, and then that was one of the coolest trips ever. 3 weeks, like finished one of those Sam Adams things. Sam called me. He's like, "We're getting snow in Denver. Like, you want to come or what?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll come ski street for like a week and just stay at your house." And then that turned into, "Holy shit, Kansas City's getting a bunch of snow. My mom's got a house there. My mom and dad, like, should we hit KC?" And I'm like, there was like four weeks, and like I kind of knew, like I still that year I did that fist comp, and like I kind of knew I wasn't gonna do more fist comps, but I still could if I wanted to because I was still getting the spots from the U.S. team. They were sending me the spots because I still had it, And I was just like, dude, we went to Kansas City. Then we went to.
You did urban in Kansas City?
Yeah. It was
Oh,
sick.
I never heard anyone that did that before.
Dude, and we went back actually this year because I was saying, I'm skipping ahead, but like I got the opportunity to go film with OSAP for the new browser thing. Shout out browser, and did that. I went to Finland this year to film, but like I'm starting to. That was my intro to like street skiing. Like I knew how to operate a shovel. It's not that hard. You got to have a heart and some, motivation.
So was it fully new to you? Was it like something like all of a sudden you were like, I'm 13 again and this is fun as fuck because I never did that?
Kinda. Like I knew. Yeah, it was. Because I didn't know the whole, like, dude, how much work you'll actually put. Like, if it's
there's a lot, right? When you crash, you don't have a fucking
no, it
physio.
fucking hurts. It
you don't have a coach and a physio and a person to get you back to the hotel.
No,
like,
you got your
so many different things.
Like it's like, come on.
You got this. You're not coughing blood. Maybe your rib's broken, but one more shot, you'll get the shot. We'll go home.
Yeah, literally.
There was also another angle to everything too. Like right after COVID is when like all the alternative competitions started popping off. Like, and if I had to start as a teenage kid right now, and they're like, okay, you could either do the FIS route and try to get on the Olympic team, or you could just run slush games and Jib League and film whenever the fuck you want. I'd be like, oh, bet. That's like a way easier decision. I don't want any part of FIS.
And that's like that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I want to do. But I'm at this point too, like it's like that's my goal. That's my goal right now for next year is like really like I made a pretty good I don't know. I was never the person to do this. I don't want to hit up a company and be like, yo, this is my resume. This is what I've done, like, and this is what I'm planning on doing. Can you like help support me? And do you want to work with me and I work with you to make something super dope, And I'm not good at that. I'm not like, I don't have the confidence to just be like, send it out here, send it out there. But like, that's my goal. I want to try and really, and I know this is the time, like right now too. It's June, maybe even a little late because companies are probably even, it's definitely late. But like, you know what? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Wayne Gretzky.
So, all right. So, from your perspective as somebody that's like been deep in the comp scene, what's the viability of making a whole career going off of going to slush cups and Jib leagues and alternative competitions only? At this point, now.
Or like, I want to ask you this too, because you've got to make that $2,000 doing those awesome things. Do you think you can create something that hasn't been created yet to make it a living? Because I don't know. I'm interested because, like, man, you're so fresh.
That's your thing, and I've heard that. Like I said, I've been listening to the podcast, and like you keep saying that. Like, what do you think you can create? You keep saying this to all the new heads, and you're like, dude, I don't know. I know what we can create. Me and my buddies are trying. Like, we're starting a new crew, but I know it's dope. But is everybody else on the same?
No,
page?
but like, think about that. Who was it that gave you the $2,000?
Sam Adams?
Sam Adams, right? Sam Adams gave you that to be a sideshow for a ski hill, to do a little trick and
go. That's not the route I'm really trying to go.
No, you know? but the idea is, like, the cool thing is you can create art, right? So, like, I've always watched my whole life, and I'm telling you this just to make you think at night, like, after this conversation is over. I watched so many people go to the, like, ski bladers, right? When they couldn't come into our sport, they went to China, and they were doing shows where there was guys doing ski blade shows in the early 2000s making $100,000 instead of transforming to twin tip skiing, longer skis. And so I always look at the different angles because you guys are entertainers at the highest level. And so when you look at yourself as athletic artist, your Circus Olay meets a marketing company. And that's who you are. So that's what I'll challenge you with at your young age, because, like, you can do it. Like, people want to see what you do, whether that's in the street, whether that's in a contest, but only you know what you want to do, you know? So I don't know. I'm just curious because you're at such a unique position. You're so young in the sport, but you fucking like 15 years deep. So you obviously have the most experience. And so it puts you in a great position to be a leader of creating what we don't know what the fuck it is. So that's my lot of talk of nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's an emerging landscape of, like, you just don't have to have any involvement with FIS, and you can get paid.
Yeah, I think there's ways.
I mean, Ryan, do you see it that way?
You got to start somewhere with it, you know. You're not gonna just start right off the bat, and you're gonna be making a sick ass check or like that contract that you really want. You know, you gotta.
Yeah.
So have you made more money in the last 2 years from the ski world, from sponsorship, than you did in your competitive life?
Technically, yes, because now I do have like gibberish helps and supports because I've never had a sponsor that helps out. But the majority of my income from skiing this year was either me going to contests and winning a contest, or I did me and my buddies, we did some stuff where we'd go to different parks in Austria and we'd have to post. It was almost like influencer stuff, and that's not the avenue I'm also trying to go on. But
people paid you for that? Sorry about this.
Yeah, we literally got free passes, accommodation, food, and we were able to go ski these parks for 2-3 days, and we had to post one hard body and 2 Instagram stories, and we got paid €1,000 for each resort.
That's
damn.
Cool. Or I did some stuff with some filmer buddies this year. This one homie I met, he's like, yo, this company, this energy drink company type of thing needs some stuff filmed of an action sport. You don't need to post it on your thing at all or whatever. Just hold the can and do a trick. And I'm like, €300 for doing a backflip with the can in my hand? Fuck yeah, sign me up.
Easy.
Does that make me a sellout? Am I back for that?
No, that's being an entertainer.
No, that means you got the opportunity because of the experiences you've had for someone to do it. There's no like the only way you sell out in life is if you can't do what you love tomorrow.
You're selling out if you sincerely do not believe in the product or can't stand by it, and you're just doing it for the paycheck. Like if you're selling your soul essentially just for a check, that's when I think you're selling out. I don't think you doing a backflip with an energy drink that's not like poison is fine. Like it's fine. It's just an energy drink. You're like, oh whatever. I drink energy drinks. I'll do a backflip. Fuck it. That's not selling out. That's cashing in.
It'd be cooler if it was like a beer or something, you know?
Would you?
I don't know, the sellout idea is so hard when the ski world's so expensive, right? Like when you really look at it as an adult to participate in what your parents gave you the opportunity for, like what does a sellout really mean? Because you're trying to buy into the lifestyle which you got brought into. Like I don't know. I totally get what you say. Like, I have never sold out in anything I've ever done in my life. And I surround myself by people that don't either. But at the same time, I look at it like if you love something, as long as it's not who you are opposite, like when you wake up in the morning and you're like, that's who I am. And then if someone paid you to be the opposite, then you're a sellout. But if they paid you money to do what you love and whatever your indifference to the product, fuck it.
Yeah, sure.
All right, question before we go to the beer questions. They're talking about adding rail jams to the Olympics. If this shit gets off the ground, would you start the process all over and just get back into it and start to... You're not doing it, so you're not going for the rail jams.
Oh, whack. Like, and even the reason on this, too, it's fucking whack, dude.
It'd be worse than breakdancing.
Hold up.
They have these things like the rocker rails in Europe. Sick event, dope event. They'd invite a bunch of like pro skiers or old head, new head, like up and comers, whatever you want to say. They'd invite these guys to come do these, and they were like riders vote events. And like the one year in Europe, the first year that I did it, I ended up winning a wild card in this event. From riders vote, from my peers, from people that I think are sick, and I got a wild card to go to Red Bull Play Streets. And Red Bull paid for everything because it's a Red Bull event.
That sounds kind of sick.
That was sick as hell. And now this year, it's my third year doing it. Now they're making it a FIS event, and they're getting FIS judges, and there's coaches standing at the top.
Oh, way. Red Bull Play Street is a FIS event?
Not Red Bull Play Streets, the Snowfest event that
the feeder event. The feeder event. Yeah.
The feeder event.
So, if Play Streets becomes a FIS event, then
or like Jib King at Absolute Park. It's their beginning of the season rail jam. It used to be core as shit. It used to be cool. They used to give out good money. It's a FIS event, and they made snowboarders this year do a qualified run, like 3-run rail jam on a rail pad.
It seems
and then,
go ahead.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude. This was insane. We're there, right? We have a riders meeting for the skiers, right? We all get invited from Absolute Park to be there. They put us up in a chalet. Shout out Absolute Park. There was, dude, free keg inside the chalet. I'm like, this is too good to be true. Like, we're skiing, we're getting free passes, we're in this thing, like, we're in Austria, Absolute Park, it's sick. But they're doing this riders meeting, and the guy's like, so we're gonna do it the rail jam. This is like a startup to maybe be a FIS event. Do you guys want to have it as a jam session, or do you want to do 5 runs? And all these skiers are standing there like this, not saying a word. And I raised my hand from the back, and I'm like, it's a rail jam, right? And everybody's like, yeah. And I'm like, so we should do a jam format. Like,
Jam's in the name.
Dude, they still proceeded to, like, they broke it down, and you'd have to go up to the starter, tell him your stupid bib number. You'd be like, oh, wait 5 minutes. You know, like, oh, this guy just dropped. You need to wait till he's halfway back up the setup so the judges can write down. The guy told me, he's like, how are the judges going to keep track of you? I was like, how the hell did they do it all these years?
Yeah.
You don't need a name. You don't need a number. Yo, dude with the slick back hair with the shades on his head. Shades on his head. The structure hoodie. Perfect. Purple pants kid.
Yep.
Got it. You know, like.
Well, it's also, it's just like, that's the beauty of rail jams. The kids that stand out, stand out. You don't need to keep track of what every single kid's doing. You know, you know who the dope person is.
Like so loosely organized and like fun because it's that loose. They're like trying to.
It's only important if you need to know who 15th place is.
Well, that's what they need to know.
15th place. Everybody just wants to know who wins, you know?
I know, but that's not the point when you create a contest, right? What they were trying to do and pitch to you. Because that guy who has 15th place, right? His coach is going to spend time arguing with the judges saying he deserved 3 more points because if he got 14th place, he'd have a spot on the national team next year. And these places give hundreds of people jobs.
True.
And once you eliminate the places, no one has shit to argue about.
So you ain't going back to that world.
No.
Good.
Like I and like Martin runs those events, and at the last one I did in Den Haag, like some stuff happened, and I told him straight up, I'm like, dude, love you, love like what you did, but it's not what it used to be like, and I know you know this, and I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, it's so sick. It was so fun. But, like, now it's just like, dude, they got, like, strobe lights shining in your face when you're going to do a trick onto a rail with the stair set. It's like, this is an event, right? And they're like, yeah. And I went up to the fist guy. I poked him in the shirt. I'm like, you're the fist guy? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, you see what just happened the last 3 hits, dude? I go to hit this rail, and the strobe lights are going crazy. Like, I get it's a show event, but we're not fucking circus clowns. We're skiers. Like, this needs to be safe. Don't you take safety in your fists? Take safety.
Ryan, you're a circus clown.
Dude, that's what it's
felt like. You just quit the Olympics.
Yeah,
circus clown.
God,
no offense. I think you're a high-level circus clown. Like, no one's insulting the Circus Olay people as being circus clowns. But remember, you are there to... Now, the problem is the concert promoters, right? It's like if
are we there to entertain, or are we there to have a good time, ski, and, like, we can win some money? Because it's one of these, like, open events or invited events where they still... You know,
I'm just saying the event producers, and this is where the opening is, right? Like, if you could create the event that you see in your head that would entertain the people, right? And not have the lights blind you in your eyes. Like, you have access to all the best riders in the world.
But entertaining the people is how you make money. Entertaining the people is how you make money, but it's not what the skiers want. Like, the skiers want a fucking event that's sick for skiers. They don't care about entertaining people. They want to fucking shred.
Well, then go to Jib League.
Well, that's what I was going to ask Ryan. So what have your thoughts been with Jib League after going through all this stuff after all these years? Like, your actual thoughts, not because everyone loves to say Jib League's great, but like, I just wanted your actual thoughts. If you don't like it, or you
is it worth it?
I think it's worth it. Honestly, like, I think it could give. It's a super sick concept where it's an open jam. It's free. Everybody has an opportunity, right? And it is one of the cooler things that's going down in skiing right now. Like, there's a lot of good guys, and they are mainly new heads that are doing it, but like, it's kind of the newer heads that started it.
Yep.
Yeah. Woodsy's an old head, in my opinion. Woodsy's been in it forever, but like, Woodsy has so much passion for this sport, and like, all 3 of those guys, they work really hard to make it happen, and I think it's saving the sport, honestly. I think it's kind of bringing it around, and it's getting people more stoked on like videos and how they film it all, and they come out with edits. And even if you don't win it, well, you're there. You can qualify yourself into the pro session. You can get a free week. You can hang out with
meet people.
Yeah, you meet people. You're getting connections, and you're skiing with they're becoming homies, and they're role models that you've been looking up to. Especially
There's cameramen there.
Dude,
There's
the best one, some of the best ones in the world.
There's magazine people there. So I think, just to expand from what you're saying, is the reason why it's good is because you meet people that want to make the sport better. And when you surround yourself by people that want to do it better, you'll talk about ideas and they will happen.
I think
that's what Woodsy and all those guys do. They're they want you to come here, and everybody's got a chance. You make it in, but also Woodsy's always saying that make that connection, meet someone new, talk to somebody, and everybody's kind of quiet at the beginning of the week. I've done 3 jib leagues now, and everyone, dude, you end up meeting somebody new. You end up making another connection. You're you create friends through it, and it's sick because it's nowhere near the same level as you're going to a World Cup. All these coaches, people are stressed. You gotta wake up at 6:30 to be at the gondola for 7 or 7:30.
Meanwhile, Jib League, it's okay, we're gonna meet at 11:30. Fuck it, call it 12:15. We'll see you guys in 45 minutes. Who cares?
Yeah.
My only gripe with it is that there's not enough stops. They got to get more stops. Even though I know the logistics of it is they'd rather do 2 fire ones rather than 5 mid ones. But I think if they could increase the number of stops and keep the quality, that's going to launch a whole new career path for skiers. So that's my challenge to those guys.
It's all about the money, though.
Exactly.
Man.
My challenge to those guys is keep up that quality and increase the number of stops, because that would be the illest thing ever if it was a different jib league every month.
And look at it from they've done it for 3 years now. 10 Gs now. This year they said it's 12, and they got girls and guys in it, so that's double the money already. And Woodsy said something at the Mutaram this year. He's we were going to say we're not going to say this and flaunt it, but you know what? Screw it. We got it, so why shouldn't we flaunt it?
Yeah.
But dude, they raised $75,000 this year just in that event to do what they're doing, to put people up, to feed them and pay these guys.
No, the lodging is the craziest thing, man. So from my outside perspective, I'm fuck, man, if you eliminated the lodging, it's 75% of their budget.
Yep.
But what do you think from an athlete perspective that participates? What could be done better that you were a 5th person? What's your constructive criticism for Jib League? And I don't know much about it, but I'm just curious, how you could make it better, because you've been through so much event shit.
Wait, what do you?
If you could change
how
it,
could Jib League be better? Because you're a participant. You're someone that participated in competition for over a decade to try to be the best. If you wanted to make Jib League the premier event series, bigger than FIS for our sport, what could be done better? No negative I'm just saying what.
Dude, I don't have a negative comment because I think they're in that route. I believe in Jib League, and I fully think this shit's gonna be way bigger than FIS and the Olympics.
So why, if you have no constructive criticism, why is Jib League so dope?
Because it gives every person an equal opportunity to get exposure and meet people, and it almost feels like it would have felt back in that golden era.
It's U.S. Open meets a tour idea.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's how I see it, right? Does that sound right? Like it's an open event
Yeah.
that allows people to get together.
It's a traveling U.S. Open,
Okay.
pretty much. All right, Ryan, tell us what Boom Club is, and then I'm going to rapid fire some viewer questions or to get you out of here.
Boom Club.
Boom Club. Shout out to Boom Club, 300 Bang. Boom Club is a group of skiers. It started, the founders of Boom Club is Nico Porteous, Felix Klein, and Tom Greenway. And it's basically a crew of skiers that we've all known each other for 10 plus years, some people more than others, but it's basically the New Zealand, UK, and like US. I'm the only, or two, me and Gav, two Boom Club US homies, but it's just a crew of skiers, and we're trying to make it something. And we filmed for our first movie this year. We went to Finland. We went to Sonora Pass. The boys did some filming throughout Europe, but it's just a crew of skiers that are all homies, and that's our little crew. That's our thing.
Have you ever seen the Boom NZ edits?
No.
Google
No clue.
Type it in on YouTube when we hang up.
Boom MZ.
NZ, New Zealand.
NZ.
NZ.
You gotta send me some like old.
Oh,
So this has TJ in it. So I went to New Zealand in 2009 with Tanner. We skied 31 straight days, and we made Boom NZ edits every week. And so like we got TJ in this shit, we got Simon in this shit. Like it's out of hand. And the music, like I shot with the most ghetto camera. And so with the best athletes when everyone else ever had red cameras. So it was super fun.
All right, I actually remember this from our DMs, Ryan. Iberg, give Ryan some homework on what old ski movies to watch.
Dude, I feel like Brian, like I feel like this guy has fucking like he researches himself. Like, do you go backwards in time? Do you check out movies? Like, even though you started with Grand Bazaar, do you go backwards ever?
Yeah, I have gone backwards and like checked it out, but also that was the thing when I was skiing. Like I should have taught myself and got
But
it.
like, dude, you were part of the illest era. Like 2014, you had Lafa. You had
shout out Jay
good
Cron,
company.
dude.
Huh?
Jay Cron, you know Jaron Stadler?
Yes.
Dude, he's the man.
Right? He's a FIS guy though, right? Like he's a judge?
No, he's judging like USASA, but I don't even think he's doing that anymore.
Okay. I know who he is, but I was just thinking you're part of an era that's so fun. Because like, dude, whether it's Lafa, Good Company, Parker, and like you had to have watched all that shit when you were like 15 years old and shit.
Nah, he was grinding. He was grinding. No time for watching movies when you're grinding.
I watched it. I watched little bits of it, but I wouldn't say I'm fully.
So you weren't like a Wallace super fan when you were like 14?
No, for sure.
Okay, because dude, what he did, like he put out the edit like Nyjah Houston when he was like 2013, right? He sold
the
his
Dutour edit, right?
Nah, he's talking Good Company.
No, but like so what Tom did in 2013, Nyjah Houston did like a year or two before, and he sold an edit, right? 13 minutes. And fucking Tom did that shit. Like copied Nyjah, and I was like, holy shit, what kids are inspired by this? Like, dude, he's the only guy ever to sell a personal site. Do you know what I'm talking about at all?
Yeah, the
Ryan?
Tom Wallace project.
Yeah, right? That was just Tom. So, I don't know. You were part of that era. For the first time, you got to watch an individual hustle. Never before in the history of our sport did anyone do what Tom did that year. So,
Ryan, you haven't heard this yet because we talk about it in the intro of these episodes, but this fall it's the freeskingmuseum.com's drop, and that's gonna have all your old movies and all the old shit you could ever want. Thanks to Iberg. So keep an eye out for that. That'll get you the full list of everything you need.
Word.
I don't know. YouTube is just dope. You can just check it out forever. I got no opinions, man. You seem like you're so on top of like when you want to learn, you can research it and find it out.
Yeah.
All right, viewer questions. We're gonna rattle off some of these. All right. Let's see. Frederick, bacon, egg, and cheese, or Taylor ham, egg, and cheese.
Taylor Ham.
Matt Byerly, you've been traveling a lot in recent years, or really forever. Which country has the best opera, and what's the spot?
Innsbruck.
What's the spot?
Montague.
Shout out to Montague.
Montague, or like I don't know. Montague's pretty good. Everywhere in Innsbruck's pretty nice.
Sethington, who's the hardest person to face in slush?
Matei or Noah.
Dude, damn, Matei would be crazy to face.
Matei was insane.
Yeah.
I got paired up with Matei, and I was like, oh my god, here we go.
Yeah.
When did you do that? What year?
That was this year.
Okay, fuck.
Yeah, you gotta
The
go.
year before, I faced Noah in the semifinal, and that was the land.
You faced Noah during the grab holding era?
Yeah, dude.
All right, stop the presses. We got to talk about this. Okay, what did you think when he was pulling those against you?
I thought it was crazy, but I knew it was coming, and like you saw it the whole.
Did you train? Did you practice it when you had the chance?
Hell yeah, I tried it. Josh was saying, and I heard he said it in his interview. He's like, "Yeah, I was telling the kids to grab," and I was like, I started trying, and I'm like, "Holy shit, this is hard as hell."
Yeah, dude.
And I was the only person in the game to get the 2-on land holding though, out of the whole tournament, or like
Pick up yourself.
whatever you want to say. But shout out Noah. His skiing is dope as hell. I've always loved it. And he played a strategy. Some people weren't stoked on it, but like, I don't know. You can look at it in a way like, all right, you're playing a game of skate and you see somebody sucks a kickflip, so you do like backside flip, frontside flip, kickflip 50, whatever. But like, it is a competition.
Winners win, baby. Winners win.
And I just want to say big up Noah because like it's a trick. It's a trick you should learn. It's a trick he did in urban previous to the event.
Yeah, and if you're mad about it, go try it on a park rail and tell me how it goes. And if you get it, props to you. But that's not easy, and like he's super good at what he does.
All right, and it's fun as fuck in the sport to make people learn something in a competition.
All right, we've talked about this. We've talked about Noah before. Shout out to Noah.
I just want to say, as a fan, man, I think it's dope.
We love Noah. We love Noah. Evan Schumann. Shout out this dude. I just met him.
Schumann's a G.
He's a G. He's a G and a longtime fan of the podcast. What's the origin story of Boost Mobile and the tattoo?
What? You have a Boost Mobile
tattoo?
Yeah. We'll wrap up with this. This will be the last viewer question.
So when I went with the boys to KC, Kansas City, just the whole street trip, like first time using a winch and like gas powered winch, it's kind of gnarly, and it's intense. Like you hear the winch running, you're looking at the spot, you're like, holy shit, here we go. And everybody does the classic, like, you ready? And people are like, drop. So I was getting myself stoked, and I'd go, they'd be like, yo, Laura, you ready? And I'd be like, Boost Mobile. And like every time they pulled me on the winch when they said, you good, I was like, Boost Mobile. And they'd rip me in. And it was the last day in Kansas City that the snow was there. I think we were there for like 6 days now. Snow was melting out. And we went we like had nothing to do. I think I went to go hit this one spot that Zayner tried to hit previous this season. Got bodied, broke my skis. They're like, "You want to go back and grab some more skis to try it again?" I'm like, I'm covered in mud. I'm like, all pissed off. I'm like, "Fuck it, dude. Like, let's just go." So Calvin was like, "Oh well, we normally somebody gets a tattoo on the trips. I feel like we always do tattoos or like a haircut. So like, we should do something." I was like, "I'll get a tattoo." And we were having transmission problems with the Strictly van, and there was something wrong with the solenoids in the transmission, and they were saying solenoid soldiers the whole time, the whole trip, and they were like trying to get me to like. I was like, "Should we do like the solenoid soldier tattoo or some shit?" And they were like, "No, no." And then Calvin's like, "You got to get a Boost Mobile." So like Calvin calls up like 5 different shops. Finally, one answers is like, and says, "Yeah, we'll do a walk-in." What does he want? A Boost Mobile logo on his leg. All right, I'll do it. So we go there. There's a Boost Mobile store directly across the street from this tattoo shop. And the guy, like, I go in and, like, we're all laughing our ass off. Like, this is going to be hilarious. Guy's not stoked. Not stoked. But I got the Boost Mobile tattoo, and that was kind of the story behind it.
You just thought you were the biggest loser.
Yeah, I got it. And I was like, why did I do that? And I'm like, it's a good story. You know, everybody gets a shitty tattattoo from here.
Where is the tattoo?
It's on my leg next to all my other free tattoos that I've gotten. I got Baby Yoda. I got Freddy, Jason, a ski stick man, Boost Mobile, and a boom.
So your whole leg is free tattoos.
Yeah.
Yo, that's ill. That's the only way I catch myself is if people paid for it.
Gibberish actually paid for the Boost Mobile.
That's what's up.
They took some of the budget money and they paid with the Gibberish money for it, which was hilarious.
All right, we're wrapping this up. Iberg, parting thoughts.
Yo, Ryan, I'm stoked, man. Like, it's so fun to hear your story. Like, I haven't got to hear a story of a contest kid yet, like coming up through the whole scenario and then try to figure it out. Because like it's super fun to see wherever the fuck you're gonna go. Because the biggest thing is like you're only 25. So the whole idea is if you can ski tomorrow, man, you got like 15, 20 more years in you. Now it's up to you to figure out how you pay for that, feed yourself or whatever. But creatively, you have enough platforms to put that out there. Whether that's a physical live appearance, whether that's video, whether that's digital, whether that's movie, whether that's whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, my last thoughts are, man, I want to thank you for your time. Like you just gave us almost 4 fucking hours. Time is worth more than money, as I say every show. So for the fact that you want to give us 4 hours of your life to tell us about skiing, talk about skiing, give thanks, man. I never met you before. I don't know shit. So I appreciate your time, man. I'm stoked to see what you do after not knowing your name before this show. I'm stoked to know your name after the show and see what happens.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. Means a lot. Thanks for the opportunity. It was so sick to talk to you guys. But like I said, I was pretty nervous in the beginning and
no, you're good. You're good. We're gonna polish it up. We're gonna polish it up. The story will make sense, dude. Thank you for coming up to me at Jib League and being like, "I got a story to tell," because I wouldn't have asked otherwise. Because I can't ask what I don't know. So, good on you for advocating for yourself and having a story and wanting to share it. And we need people like you. This show doesn't exist without people willing to tell their story. And your story is insane. So, thank you. This was dope.
Yeah, and best of luck with everything you do, man. And just, I don't know what you're going through in life at all, but just know every day is a blessing. Know that when you wake up, there's no problems, there's only solutions, and that you have that opportunity. So, like, know that there's zero stress. Any stress you have in life, you made up in your head. So, like, just know that because you got a lot of shit. So, know how ill fucking life is, my friend.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man.
Word, dude. All right, we'll let you go. We'll record an outro, and that'll be it.
Alrighty.
All right. Peace out, dog.
Ciao,
Peace.
man. Thank you. Peace.
Peace. Let's see. Okay. Boom.
Well, that was awesome. My family texted messaged a billion times. Who would have thought we went 4 hours with fucking Ryan?
Yep. Yeah, dude, I told you he was an interesting cat. I didn't even know half the ins and outs of that, but he gave me such a good sales pitch when I saw him in person. I was like, all right, fuck it, we're going for it, and he delivered. So, but it is crazy. It shows. It seems like they fixed it now with like you have to go through the system in a certain way, but it shows how Wild West it was when the Olympics first came in the mix.
No, and he was the biggest Wild West his whole life, 2012 to 2022.
Yeah.
Nothing was organized.
No.
And to be a 12-year-old to a 22-year-old, man, those are like I always give thanks I never had a kid his age.
Yeah.
That's the kid that had the iPad for the first time the whole life. That's the kid like every single thing about like I give thanks for that conversation tonight because
Yeah.
I always bugged out about that age and trying to figure out life because fuck that.
Yeah, it was he had just had a wild journey and all the stuff with his dad was crazy and I do think like you said he's only 25 like he could easily reinvent himself again like he's on his second generation of identity in skiing. He could do it all over again if he wanted to.
I'm saying everyone right now, if you're listening to this, the first week in November, last week of October, you can reinvent yourself tomorrow in the sport and dominate.
Yeah.
Like there's no formula. Like FIST doesn't exist. There's no return on their investment.
This is the second person in a row that we've talked to that's completely reinvented themselves and then seen way more success after that reinvention.
Yeah, movies don't exist. So whatever you guys think out there, if you listen to all this shit to all the way to the end, you love this shit, obviously, if you listen for 4 hours.
Yeah.
To Ryan. So think about this. Think about like, yo, what do you love so much that you want to create and offer to entertain other people with? Because we have the best entertainment that we can ever entertain people. And then my next challenge to you people is understand that the people that want to watch it are the wealthiest people in the world. Good luck.
Cash in. All right. Next week, speaking of crazy shit, next week.
And this is the guy who cashed motherfucking in. You never heard of him. Nico Zackett. Been in the fucking game since 1999. From Germany. Fucking has run 9 nights. 9 queens. Now the 9s.
It's going to be crazy.
You guys aren't even ready for a guy who created his own lane for a passion of the sport of twin tip skiing.
We're talking big money. We're talking big features. We're talking craziness next week. It's going to be dope.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you then, folks.
Good work on staying late, my friend.
Yep. Peace out.
Peace.